Buenos, buenos días. Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Vamos a dar comienzo
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started with the event.
al event. Ya ha pedido los que están en sala, ¿ya tienen también traducción? Tienen traducción. Tienen... Sí, porque hay una delegados de habla inglesa. ¿No? Ellos tienen... Para que les expliquen cuál canal tiene la traducción. Sí, o si ya lo tienen. No sé si tienen ya los dispositivos. Sí. O que los traductores. Sí. O que digo de los transmisores que los vayan, que los van a repartir, que los vayan a buscar. No, ellos se los van a. ¿Se los van a llevar? Ok. Y no se van a sentar aquí las personas. Stephanie, no se van a sentar aquí las personas de la inauguración. Entonces les espero. Yo les espero. Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Bienvenidos a la...
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening ceremony for this extraordinary session of the Forum for Ministers of the Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to be the master of ceremony this morning, and I wanted to ask our distinguished participants for this opening ceremony to come to the podium to be with us. Good morning. So we're going to place a short welcoming video to get started with the ceremony.
Y amenazan la vida de todas las especies, incluyendo a todas las personas. Nuestra región no es la excepción, y por el contrario, es una de las más vulnerables, por su posición geográfica, la cantidad de personas que habita en ella, la deforestación, el limitado acceso a financiamiento y la falta de recursos para dar seguimiento a los planes, proyectos y política pública que permitan combatir de manera efectiva esta crisis. Sin embargo, nuestra región también es fuerte, humilde, innovadora y luchadora. Ha comprobado durante décadas su capacidad de salir adelante y de querer avanzar. Detener la deforestación, producir nuestra energía con fuentes sostenibles, eliminar el uso de combustibles fósiles en la producción y el transporte, generar planes para la adaptación y resiliencia en cada territorio y reactivar la economía generando empleos verdes y azules son solo algunas de las acciones que sabemos hay que realizar ya. Para crear ese futuro que queremos, tenemos que empezar hoy. Esperamos que de este foro salgamos con acciones que hagan a nuestra región más justa y resiliente, con la claridad de que el futuro es descarbonizado y sostenible y que las decisiones que tomemos pongan siempre a las personas como eje central. Para Costa Rica es un honor tenerles acá y esperamos que este espacio de creación sea de gran provecho. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas al Foro de Ministros y Ministras de Ambiente de Latinoamérica y el Caribe en su 40 aniversario.
To begin, thank you very much. We want to give the floor to the welcoming remarks from Nairobi of the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, Ms. Inger Anderson.
My deep thanks for the invitation to address a special session of the Forum of Ministers for Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean. My thanks also to the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, which holds the presidency for this forum, and to Minister Andrea Mercer, who is also the Vice President of UNEA 5.2. Let me first congratulate you for the 40 years of action and collaboration on the environment. This forum is almost as old as UNEP, which, as you know, commemorates 50 years this year. We're proud to serve as the Secretariat for this pioneering forum. Regional forums such as yours are absolutely critical to environmental action. The Latin American and Caribbean Forum will only grow in relevance as we accelerate action on the triple planetary crisis, the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature and biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. Home to 23% of the world's forests and 30% of the world's renewable water resources, the region is fundamental not only for its own environmental supply of environmental services, but also to the world's climate and natural resource base, which we all know is under grave threat. And now, dear ministers and friends, it's time to take decisive action. We at UNEP ask you to lean in hard on every global agreement, from strengthening and implementing climate commitments to agreeing and delivering on a strong post-2020 biodiversity framework. UNEP research in 2019 showed that this region could cut potentially 1.1 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent each year by 2050 if the energy and transport sectors reached net zero emissions. This could make big contribution to efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. At the same time, this would achieve annual savings of around $620 billion and more than 7 million new jobs. This is, of course, just part of the job. We also know that you're working to deliver on pollution reduction, on food systems transformations, on redirecting harmful subsidies, on leveraging private resources for the restoration and protection of forests and other ecosystems, and on public and private partnerships to unlock finance, and on ensuring the right to a healthy, clean, and sustainable environment for all people. In particular, the momentum of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and your related regional action plan can take us very far. The previous forum approved the action plan for ecosystem restoration. This plan seeks to strengthen collaboration for conservation actions, restorations, and sustainable use of biodiversity. You've already made advances. The proportion of land and marine areas with valuable ecological resources now protected is at 23.3% in Latin America and the Caribbean, in comparison with 14% worldwide. I expect your regional plan to deliver more. I also congratulate you for being active in addressing plastic and marine pollution. About 17,000 tons of plastic waste are generated in the region each day. But 27 countries have issued national or local regulations to ban or restrict single-use plastics. We salute that, but further progress can be made by strengthening regional and global cooperation and by deepening national legislation. I'm also very, very pleased to note the active engagement of your countries in the deliberations on marine and plastic pollution, which will be at the table and will be a key agenda item at the resumed session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA, here in Nairobi, Kenya. Ministers, in a few short weeks, we have a real opportunity to make history, to kickstart our work towards a comprehensive and ambitious action plan that will address from source to sea the challenge of plastic pollution, an agreement of which we can be truly proud and which will drive action on the ground. Friends, the three elements of the triple planetary crisis are not just interconnected, they are indivisible. We can only make peace with nature if we join up the climate, biodiversity, and pollution agendas and work together through connected regional fora that account for the globalized nature of the problems we face. I take the opportunity of this special session to honor your commitment in the Bridgetown Declaration of February 2021 to transform this vision into concrete actions, to transform the social, economic, and environmental reality of the Latin America and Caribbean region. This forum and the nations that make it up can and must be a driving force as we reshape the world. And finally, I very much look forward to welcoming you to Nairobi, UNEP's headquarters, for the events of UNEA 5.2 and UNEP at 50 celebration. Thank you.
A continuación,
Next, we will have the words from the Vice Chancellor of Multilateral Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Culture in Costa Rica, Mr. Christian Guillermet. everyone, and welcome to Costa Rica. Ms. Inger Anderson, Executive Director of the United Nations Program for the Environment. Ms. Andrea Mesa, Minister of Environment in Costa Rica. Lord Goldsmith, welcome to Costa Rica. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of Environment of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, dear friends all, it is a pleasure for me to welcome all of you today to Costa Rica and welcome you with this commemoration of this Forum of Ministers of the Environment from Latin America and the Caribbean, an opportunity that I think is suitable to talk about topics that, with a sense of urgency, have gathered us here. Approaching the environmental challenges that are more urgent in the region, the opportunities for the sustainable recovery and the efficient management to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. As Ms. Anderson well said, we have a difficult road ahead of us to go through it together, but we also have a lot of opportunities ahead of us in that road. Today, I want to reiterate the commitment of Costa Rica with the protection of the environment and sustainable development, pillars of development in the country, and essential articulators of the post-pandemic recovery. This model of the environmental agenda that identifies us in the international arena and also at the regional level is very valuable as a vehicle for a reconstruction based on sustainable development models with a systemic approach and generators of well-being for all the people. In this task that I know we share our ideas with the people that are here with us today, with the countries that are here with us, it is essential that all together, bilaterally and in multilateral spaces, we exchange our best practices. We have jointly designed strategic alliances to protect our resources in the ground and the ocean, and we have joint efforts to promote the topics that are urgent in the international negotiations, in addition to promoting projects and programs in favor of the ecosystem well-being of our peoples and our region. All this, dear friends, always underline the interests of our people, of those that are more vulnerable, including women, and human rights as the key point of our actions. This forum that we are inaugurating here gives us the opportunity of building together in a common space, in this home that is everyone's home. We have the resource of science that informs us and guides us in decision making. We should never get away from it. We have important agreements, recent agreements in the multilateral scenario like those reached in COP26, and I congratulate Lord Goldsmith for the results of that COP26, that although some were saying that it was not ambitious enough, yes it was. It was because the agenda and climate change went back to being in the center of the multilateral agenda. I also believe that the next Assembly of the United Nations for the Environment is a fundamental opportunity for our region to also make visible the urgency of having agreements in this area. In that meeting, I repeat, we expect to adopt texts that are particularly urgent, such as the project of resolution to adopt an internationally binding legal instrument about the contamination of plastics, as was said by Ms. Anderson, or the project for the resolution on nature-based solutions. This next meeting of the UNEP will be a moment to reflect about the past and envision the change towards the future, where we're going to be able to discuss on key topics related to the future of multilateralism. That multilateralism is something we have to reinforce, is something we have to make more inclusive, but also more effective. And in that context, I believe that the triple planet emergency of climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and the contamination should all be in the center of our discussions. These reflections should take us to bringing up ideas, but especially generating actions to revert the crisis. Dear friends, most of our economies today present growth challenges and structural inequalities that are also combined with high levels of indebtedness. We are trustful that these spaces and others in the area of multilateralism would potentiate the joint action to overcome the crises that are affecting us. In this endeavor, the coaching of international entities such as UNEP would allow us to strengthen the sustainable norms and practices for a better implementation of our environmental obligations at the national, regional, and especially global levels. And thus, dear friends, we should be able to promote alliances to take care of the environment, attending our quality of life without committing the quality of life of the future generations. I believe it is now important, and as was well said by the introductory video, we have to start today. And in that sense, I invite you so that in this meeting we really put our hands into action to accomplish the agreements and bring them to practice. Thank you very much, and I wish you a lot of success. Next,
use the speech of our special guest, Lord Zach Goldsmith, Minister of International Environment and the Pacific of the UK.
Muchas gracias. Thank you all. It is really a huge honor to be here at the end of a really inspiring trip to Ecuador and Costa Rica, and just a few weeks after a similarly inspiring visit to Peru and to Colombia, and to meet many of you here today at the Leticia Pact before COP26. I could spend hours talking about the mesmerizing beauty of this whole region and the leadership. I mean, we really are at the epicenter of global ambition in relation to the biggest challenge that really any of us face. And it's been wonderful to be able to spend time with friends, Andrea Meza and Carlos Correa and Gustavo Manrique, three phenomenal leaders, and my new friends from Panama, who I'm looking forward to visit shortly. You're pleased to know I won't spend hours talking about the mesmerizing beauty of this area, but I would like to share some thoughts, if I could, on what was achieved in Glasgow at COP26. The whole world heard the message from ambitious, nature-rich countries as well as climate-vulnerable nations around the world. And many of those vulnerable countries are small island developing states. Prime Minister Motley spoke powerfully about the urgent need to keep within 1.5 degrees and to provide greater support for communities that are being devastated by a global crisis that is not of their making. The extraordinary Roxana Borda-Mamani, a passionate, eloquent young Quechua activist from Peru, who I met when I was out there, spoke so movingly at COP on the need to empower indigenous peoples from local communities. Now, I can't pretend, and I'm not going to pretend, that we closed the gap between where we are and where we need to be if we're truly going to address these issues and reverse the degradation of the natural world and the climate change that threatens us all. But undoubtedly, we did narrow that gap considerably, and far more, I think, than people had anticipated. And we built a momentum. We kept alive the possibility of staying within 1.5 degrees. 90% of the global economy is now signed up to net zero. It was only 30% a year or so ago. We agreed measures that undoubtedly signal the end of the era of coal. And 2021 was the year that killed off international public financing of coal power. And we're accelerating the transition towards renewable energy, including green hydrogen. We finalized the Paris Rulebook including the all-important Article 6 and a new ratchet mechanism, which has been underreported but hugely important in my view, will help us to keep the pressure up year on year. And I'm delighted that the UK is investing £100 million to respond to the critical recommendations of the task force on access to finance that we co-chaired alongside Fiji. And although we didn't reach the promised and hugely important $100 billion figure, we are continuing to urge donor countries to make good on that promise as we continue our presidency. And we have a good plan to achieve it, and we're optimistic that we will. But the thing that made this COP different to previous COPs, and I think so important, was that nature was moved from the very margins of the debate on climate change into the heart of our response to it. And that matters because we know, and you know better than anyone, that there is no credible pathway to tackling climate change or to achieving net zero that does not involve massive emphasis on protecting and restoring nature. Indeed, climate change is just one of the many devastating symptoms of our reckless and abusive relationship with the natural world. If you like, climate change is the fever. And the beauty of backing nature is that doing so allows us to tackle so many other issues as well: pollution, poverty, even, as we now know, pandemics. Nature-based solutions are undoubtedly the most effective, but they're also the most cost-effective, and we need to back them. And between us, I think we won that argument at COP, and I don't see any going back. It was the bravery and the leadership that was shown by big ocean, big nature countries, many represented here today, that enabled the UK presidency to be as ambitious as we were, enabled us to make and win the arguments in favor of protecting and restoring nature. And for that, I'm so grateful to you here today. The Glasgow commitment to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by the end of this decade, by 2030, was signed by 141 countries, representing over 90% of the world's forest cover. And that declaration is more than just a paper declaration. It's reinforced by unprecedented levels of public and private and philanthropic finance amounting to nearly $20 billion, and by public commitments from the world's biggest buyers of agricultural commodities, who are responsible, or agricultural commodities responsible for the vast majority of deforestation, and a similar commitment from the main multilateral development banks and financial institutions presiding over assets worth many trillions of dollars, each of them committing to align their purchasing and their portfolios, and not only with the Paris goals, but with our deforestation goals as well. 28 countries are now working together to break the link between commodity production and deforestation, whilst also supporting livelihoods and increasing sustainable trade. And that's backed up, I'm thrilled to say, with a £500 million commitment from the UK. And it's bolstered also by a growing move by consumer countries to introduce due diligence legislation of the sort that we have already introduced in the UK, designed to help strengthen forest governance around the world and reduce the impact of our own supply chains on other countries. COP26 also crucially secured nearly $2 billion to support indigenous peoples and local communities defend their forests. And there was one indigenous leader at COP who I had the pleasure of meeting who said, we've protected 80% of the world's forest biodiversity without any support at all, often in the face of acute danger. Can you imagine what we're going to be able to do with support? So working with indigenous communities will be central to what we do, not least through the commitment that we've made to the Amazon. The UK made us on the back of my visit to Carlos Correa in Colombia and our friends in Peru. We were able to make that commitment to support the extraordinary work that's happening in critical parts of the Amazon, but also through the LEAF Coalition, which I hope will grow considerably over the coming year. Now, the UK remains presidents of COP until we hand over to Egypt towards the end of this year, and our commitment is that we will do all we can to inject scrutiny and accountability at every level to ensure those promises are honoured in full, and that we build upon them. So there's a lot to be done, and I look forward to working with the most ambitious countries in the world, many of them here today. But we've seen also that even the more reluctant countries and companies and indeed institutions are feeling pressure. They've seen that we are taking, albeit small steps, but important steps towards shifting the immense power of the market away from destruction towards resilience, sustainability, and renewal. That shift is now happening, but we need more pace and we need more urgency. And the only way that's going to happen is if governments, in particular, use the levers that are uniquely in their control. Governments set the rules. We have the ability and the responsibility to adjust those rules such that pollution, degradation, and waste become an unbearable liability, and that the market learns to recognize the true value of those natural systems on which we all depend. This is a critical year for all of us. We're going to have to work together to ensure that all the decisions we take at the various landmark moments this year add up to more than the sum of their parts, and that we put the world genuinely on the road to recovery. And we've got a big opportunity. We can agree, if we agree, a new global agreement on marine litter and microplastics at UNEA to help accelerate the shift towards a more circular economy, a new and ambitious global biodiversity framework at the CBD COP15 with mechanisms that will enable parties to be held to account. And the UK is so proud to be part of this extraordinary coalition, global coalition committed to protecting at least 30% of the world's land and 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. But we must all work together to secure that agreement. Now, many of you are playing critically important roles, and I'm so grateful to you when Costa Rica and Colombia and Ecuador and Panama made their announcement, this extraordinary vision of a new, highly protected, highly connected marine reserve covering a staggering 500,000 square kilometers of ocean. I can tell you, as someone who was there in COP, cajoling countries, trying to get everyone to raise their ambition, that moment really sparked something of a green arms race in COP, with countries beyond this continent wanting to try and engage in and bask in the glory that they could see these 4 countries were enjoying on the back of their announcement. It really helped to raise ambition. It helped us. So again, I'm so grateful to you. It's exactly the ambition that we need. And the UK committed at COP to supporting that initiative. We made a small tentative step towards doing so today, and I was able to tell my friends in those 4 countries that the UK will commit £2 million to help kickstart the process, but that is the beginning of a longer-term relationship. Now, there's no good reason why we can't make this the decade that really begin to turn things around and reconcile our economies with the natural world. As I met the president of this country, President Alvarado, yesterday, and he said that is undoubtedly the defining challenge of our age. And we will all be judged on the basis of whether we manage to do that. So I really look forward to continuing to work with these ambitious countries here in this region. And Andrea, thank you once again for inviting me, for looking after me over the last couple of days, giving me so much of your time, but much more importantly, for the amazing global leadership that you continue to provide. Thank you so much.
And now, finally, I have the pleasure of introducing the welcoming remarks by the President of the 23rd meeting of the Forum of Ministers of Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean, and in this special session, Honorable Andrea Mesa, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Good morning, ministers, vice ministers, chiefs of delegation, Zach, Christian, representatives from the agencies. The truth, it's really a luxury and an honor having you all here. We aspire for this to be a special forum where we can speak very honestly about those big challenges that we have ahead of us. We have heard that the key word is to accelerate the actions. We already have some global goals, global objectives that are very well defined. We know that we need the world to have net zero emissions in 2050, and that it is positive with nature. And that implies making very structural systemic changes in our economies. And precisely the ministers of environment start playing a fundamental role in those conversations of the development model. It is not one minister that is isolated and that cannot have the conversation with the planning ministry or with the finance ministry or with the sector ministries, agriculture, transportation. But they have to be really set around the table, because at the end we need to make that transformation that would lead us to those economies that are circular economies, to those economies that do not destroy nature, that move towards that sustainability. And this region has a great wealth in terms of biodiversity. We have a huge cultural wealth, but we also have huge challenges. And we were talking to the Minister of Ecuador, and he was mentioning, I mean, what do I do when I have to have those conversations? And in front of this, I have some huge indexes in terms of malnutrition in children. And that's part of the complete challenges that we're experiencing, and that make us say it is finally the implementation of that agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals, because at the end, it is a systemic approach that we have to bring forth. And what we aspire with this commemoration and a special forum that is celebrating its 40th anniversary, we're celebrating 40 years for the Ministers of Environment to sit down to define priorities, to bring to that international agenda a lot of these challenges and a lot of these priorities. Well, precisely, we have to make a reflection, and that's the invitation. We are really grateful on behalf of the government of Costa Rica and the people of Costa Rica that you are here in person, likewise, that are virtually connected, because we know that this is not a simple moment we are experiencing with the crisis of this new wave of COVID. It is hurting us a lot, but this is a special moment, and this is a key moment. We need and we aspire that today, more than reading speeches, and this is my request to all of you, more than reading speeches, we have to talk. We really have to talk calmly, openly, and see how we can help each other, how we can collaborate with each other, how we can promote programs, specific projects, how we mobilize more public and private resources for this agenda and this systemic transformation to start becoming a reality. And each of our countries have different realities. We have high levels of indebtedness, small fiscal spaces. So there are lots of topics here, but those are the topics that we have to talk about openly, honestly, to be able to find solutions within the framework of multilateralism, because that's wonderful and this is a space. So really, thank you very much for being here, those of you that came. Personally, we are going to have some exercises where we also have external speakers that are sometimes kind of going to give us like a framework, and then we're going to open the space to the dialogue, to listen to science, to listen to data, and see how we face all these challenges. A Caribbean that is constantly affected by phenomena, a Central American region that is also very vulnerable to the effects of climate change. We see throughout the region a lot of challenges, but we also have great opportunities. We have a lot of talent, we have a lot of innovation, we have a lot of political commitment. So this is a place where we can try new things. So we have to really be encouraged to doing it. And that's the invitation. This is a forum where more than just discussing elements and positions, political positions sometimes, that we have to do it. We also have to find the encounter the common points, those topics that help us advance in specific projects, and then we can move forward and accelerate the action. So thank you all very much. I hope these are 2 very productive days. And with this, I am going to give the floor to the team, and I want to once again thank the team from UNEP, our technical team also here in Costa Rica, that is making all this organization possible. And I would like to give the floor to Jacqueline Alvarez, the Director and Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean, for her to give us some welcoming remarks, and likewise give this space to her after her new designation. So Jacqueline, thank you very much and welcome to the whole team. And for those that do not know her, it is a pleasure to have you here. It's going to be also a space for us to get to know each other better and to continue working within the framework of this forum, trying to look for what UNEA is going to be in Nairobi. It's going to be soon, and I am sure you have to bring some ideas, some visions, and some elements in those big discussions that are being held. Thank you very much.
I invite you to go to your seats. We finished the opening session and we opened the meeting with the regional director for UNEP. Good morning to all who are present here, but also to those who are following this meeting through the digital media. We are in a world of changes. We are in a key moment. As you all know, this moment can change history. Many of you participated in COP in Glasgow. You know this year is a year of celebrations, but it's a year of reflection. UN Stockholm Conference in '72 was a landmark for all the aspects regarding governance, multilateralism, sustainable development. From there, as you know, the ministers of environment were created in a region in the world. Today, we have the presence of environment ministers that can be considered global. As Minister Mesa said, you know, the environment is cross-cutting. If we don't have the opportunity to change, to protect this, we are making mistakes. I would like, before I tell you some figures and data, thank Costa Rica and the minister for her leadership, the technical team, and you for being here today.
Colleagues, friends, as you know, environmental changes are undermining hard-won development that we have been gaining. And this is causing economic loss. This is causing millions of premature deaths. It is not a joke. It is a reality. This is not allowing us to progress. This is, in a way, increasing inequalities. The global south, the global north, we are having a bigger gap at this moment. What we want for the future is what we need to change today. But today matters a lot. If we want well-being for our children, for ourselves, for our dear ones, we need to make urgent, radical changes in the way we are working, in the way we are thinking. This is possible to be done. The coming decade, as I was saying, is really crucial. We need to change our behavior. And you know, the positive message here is that we have the tools, we have the knowledge, we have the technology that it is needed to do this. Here we have decision makers, we have youth representatives, we have financial institutions, we have, in a way, civil society, we have academia, we have all we need. It's a matter of this making the decision. Changes in our economy can happen. We have very, very good cases about that. Financial and productive systems can change. It should be transformed. We know that. If we also refer to what has been happening in our region, all of us have witnessed huge extreme weather situations, hurricanes, fires, droughts. I can just start looking at your flags, at your names, and all of you can at least mention something that was not happening decades ago, but it's happening today. And that tells the story of the importance of your work, the importance of our work. Many things you have listened, that new and updated climate commitments fall short. You have heard that. You know that the economic growth has brought inequalities. You know that the plastic pollution leakage into the aquatic ecosystems is causing loss, economy loss. It's causing also the deterioration and degradation of our ecosystems, of our environments. You know as well that the air quality has changed. If we look at who we were in the mid of last century and we look at the air quality, for example, if we look at the people living in cities, that is completely different. If we look at immigration and migration problems, what is that telling us? It's telling that we need to change a pattern. Opportunities should could be everywhere in the territory, not only in cities. We need those things to reflect. Drinking water. What can I tell you about the drinking water? You know, and we have here with us Brazil. Brazil has maybe the biggest reserve in the world of drinking water. It's amazing. It's really important that that country is with us. It can help us trigger the future by changing the present, as I was highlighting. 9 de cada 10 personas, como le decía.
9 out of 10 people live in cities. In 1960, the statistics and situations were very different. What can we think about this? Or what are the challenges, different waste management, access to water, health access that are different? I would like to finish with a positive message that the actions and solutions are there. Some are available today, easy to change. For example, transportation, electric sectors, the transition is possible. As we saw in the agenda and opening words, we need to accelerate the actions. We need systemic changes in our economy, but we need wheels. We need ministries of environment that talk with the other ministries that are catalyzers of actions. It's possible to create this change. Another topic of importance that you are facing is the waste. In a talk before I took on this new role, a minister that is in this room said, that is my biggest problem. I have no solutions. How can I solve this? I think there is a collective problem, not only of policies. We have to solve everything we have. We have our open air dumps not managed in an appropriate way. Part of the solution is to think, to be able to invest in the transitions.
The coming decade is crucial. Our behavior needs to change. We have the tools, we have the knowledge, we have the decision makers here. You can trigger change. Always remember, it is not by chance that the Forum of Ministers of Environment in Latin America and the Caribbean is the oldest and the most relevant body for environmental authorities in the region. Its first meeting took place in 1982, 10 years after the Stockholm Conference, and since then it has been this platform to discuss. And as the Minister Mesa was saying, the dialogue is essential, to share, to talk, to provide solutions, to help each other. This is a very strong region. Everything that you need can be found here, or practically everything. We are ready, you can be ready to face the challenges and make a decade of change. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for your words. I understand that we're going to go to one of the most boring parts, but we have to do this because this is a formal meeting and we need to understand what the rules that are applied in the framework of this Forum of Ministers. I would like the Secretary to explain the rules and how the forum works, and then tell you that we're going to operate according to these rules that are the rules of UNEP for environment. We're going to listen to them, then we will approve, and then we would approve the agenda. These are the next two steps, a little bit more boring, but we end up with this formal part. Thank you. Yeah, we always have to do the boring things, but okay, I will do it. The practice of the forum has been to adapt mutatis mutandis the procedure rules that the Council of Management of UNEP had. As you know, the forum changed and adopted the procedure rules of UNEA once it's formalized as the Assembly for the Global Environment. These rules establish, and I won't mention them because you will throw apples and eggs at me, in a general line establishes the rules of the functions of the chairwoman, the board of directors, the bureau, and the secretariat, and the mechanisms for convening sessions for this region. The forum has organized UNEA's meeting, and the election modes, the procedure rules include voting mechanisms if they are necessary, but this forum has worked under the process of consensus. In the report of the meeting that you will receive, you will find that these rules were approved. This is a formal meeting, and we need to tell you about the mutatis mutandis approval, and we need to say what the decisions of the forum were taken by consensus or which one required a vote. With this, I give you back the floor. Thank you, Jacqueline. This is what we let you know, and what we proposed is that we continue under that same process, operating with these rules that we apply, and to govern mutatis mutandi the regulations of our sessions. This is the first point that we agree. If we are on that line, I can't see any objections. I remind you that virtual participation, some people are far away, and they can raise their hand or write in the chat if they want to participate. So the person who wants to participate has the possibility. I will ask you to be ready with your microphone so we don't have a sensitive situation while we are here listening to you. Next, please see the document that we submitted, the UNEP Black 1/1/ADD1.rep.2. That is the agenda, in a few words. And we agree that we approve the agenda as it is. Yes, thank you. Brazil. Thank you. First, I want to greet you and tell you that unfortunately my Minister of Environment could not come, but I am representing him. I want to thank the hospitality of Costa Rica, which I enjoy every day for 3 years. So I received that hospitality. We don't have any restriction in the agenda, but we would like to say that we would have appreciated that reviewing the agenda, which was very significant, of 3 high-level dialogues to go to 6 high dialogue levels. It's something that we only knew when we saw the agenda 2 days ago, and we would appreciate it if we had discussed that. We would have prepared that it was in the format of a meeting of celebration and collective reflection with 3 high-level dialogues. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and please send our greetings to the Minister. We would have loved to have him here, and we take note. Just to tell you that it has been a process of work. I see some opportunities we had, but we really appreciate that you are with here in this conversation. This is a forum of exchange that we hope will be very fruitful. I would now then, we were asked by Peru, the Vice Minister Mariano Castro. Peru was almost on the plane to get here, but due to a serious environmental situation, he had he couldn't come, but he asked for this space. In this moment, we have the Vice Minister. The Minister, then Mr. Rubén José Ramírez Mateo. Minister, we're here willing to listen to your message. Before all, good morning, ministers, representatives of different international organizations of Latin America and the Caribbean, especially greetings for Dr. Andrea Mesa, and also highlighting that we celebrate 40 years, the anniversary of the Forum of Ministers of Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to greet you. You will understand that the will of the minister was to be present in this meeting, but you have heard through the news that we had an environmental disaster in our country. An oil operator in Peru, unfortunately, didn't have contingency elements, and to minimize a spill in our land, we have more than 40 kilometers of our coast of Peru affected. We have affected many components. Protected natural areas have been compromised. Some islands that have a spectacular scenic beauty, also the Bahia of Anco, have been compromised. They have a lot of biodiversity where the fish banks are present, and not only we've seen affected environmentally, but also economically and socially. We are in the eyes of the world. You know that the defense of the environment is not of a country or a people, it's the concern of all the world. We have organizations that try to see that they comply the environmental rules in Peru. We have the UEFA that have imposed serious fines to the company, but they don't have the response capacity towards the disaster. The government is facing through War Marine, the army, and skimmer that we had in the protected natural areas. We are very concerned about what is happening in our country. It has affected our country. We have affection to fishermen and other touristic activities. So the no presence of the minister and vice minister to participate in this event as a country, as a nation, as Latin Americans, and the Caribbean joins us. I understand you are understanding, you understand. And I have to say that members of UN are here for a recovery methodology, and they are also helping us to estimate the environmental damages that are some components. I thank the international community to be with us. You will understand that The exchange of experiences between countries, exchange of working plans are very important, and I repeat that we would have liked to be there. But I know you as brother countries are together with us in this contingency. I will be telling the nations and the participant countries how we are trying to recover the environment, the components affected in our country. Very grateful, and greetings to all the ministers who are there right now. Thank you. Yeah, no doubt, this is a topic that could be an important element to take into considerations. We have response capabilities, or what elements should be ready to respond when their situations happen. And it's important as different countries to have that capacity. We want to be very supportive of you, and we hope that the emergency can be solved in the most effective way with this. We will be closing this first part, the opening session. We have a short coffee break. Those who smoke, this is the time to smoke. And we would be ready to start with the dialogues at 10:30. We're going okay with time. I hope we remain within these parameters. Thank you.
Allons plonger vers les ciels de Méditerranée. Échappons-nous vers l'horizon.
Hola. Estimados.
Dear all, we are going to start with the next session.
Participants, we're about to start. The next session is 10:30. If you can come back to your seats, please. Estimados y estimadas, vamos.
Dear friends, who are going to start with the next session, please come to your seats.
The next session, please proceed to your seats. Thank you.
Por cualquier cosa.
Ok, bueno, ministros, ministras, agradecería que...
Ministers, please be seated. We have our international guests and some people that are connected remotely. I would like, as a procedural item that I think is important, I would like to be clear with regards to some administrative topics too. So I would like to ask the secretary if she could make a briefing of some housekeeping rules here. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, and I think that your task is to give me the boring actions here, but anyway, the topics that I'm going to mention right now are of interest for all of us, and I am going to refer to them in English.
But because of the pandemic, inside this room, and you have observed, there are certain regulations. So the number of chairs that are inside correspond to the number of people that can be sitting in this room. If you need to bring somebody of your delegation, you'll have to switch because of the health conditions to all. You can also sit in the back. You have a place for each of you in the front, close to the table, and sits behind you. That is also possible. Regarding DSA, for those participants that are being supported by UNEP, it will be disbursed tomorrow, and the place and time will be announced later, but you'll have your per diem tomorrow. Breakfast is provided for those participants that are also being financed by UNEP, as well as the dinner today. Dinner for tomorrow is an offer from the Costa Rica government, and it is to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the forum. So it will be very, very good to have you all in the celebration. Lunch will be provided for all people participating here today and tomorrow, and it will be served just outside. Breakfast for the ministers with the UNEP Secretariat will be tomorrow at 7, as it is reflected in the agenda. It will be held in the Cava Hacienda kitchen downstairs. Bilaterals are available if you want to discuss with any other delegation or with the Secretariat, and you will receive a message, an email, indicating to whom or with whom to coordinate. An official photo will also be taken, and when and where it will be announced later. So thank you very much. Over.
Gracias, Jacqueline. Y ahora...
Thank you, Jacqueline. Now I have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker, a leader in the region, a person that I think we all know when we listen to her name. Thank you very much, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, who was the first woman in occupying the chair of Chile, elected twice. She was also the Minister of Health, as well as the first woman from Chile and Latin America in leading a defense ministry. Thank you, dear Michelle, for being with us, for taking some time for us, this reflection and this space of the Ministers of Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean. We, of course, understand that it has to have the human component and the topic of human rights as a key element. And we should understand that the action that we're implementing is based and has to be into that ecosystem, human rights, right-based approach. So who's better than our dear Michelle, who also got the award of the Champion of Earth in 2017, the most important environmental award from the United Nations. So without further ado, Michelle, thank you very much. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies. It is a pleasure for me to be with you in the celebration of the 40th anniversary of the Forum of Ministers of the Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean. This year, when we celebrate several benchmarks that have made the road for the protection of the environment more even. 30 years ago, with the adoption of the Rio Declaration about Environment and Development, we set the basis for the commitments required to be able to move forward in the sphere of the human rights. And at the international level, we have been progress, such as the entry into force of the Agreement of Escazú, as well as a recognition from the Council of Human Rights of the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in September 2021. However, we see that the triple planet crisis of climate change, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity is seriously affecting the enjoyment of the rights, such as the right to adequate food, to water, to education, to housing, to health, to development, and even to life itself. The crisis has also increased the social conflicts, the tensions, the structural inequalities, and lead people to situations that are more and more vulnerable, particularly the people in greater risk of exclusion, such as the indigenous groups, the Afro-descendant groups, rural women, the peasant population, or the population living in poverty or extreme poverty. The intensification of these crises through time constitutes a great challenge for human rights. The countries of the Caribbean, for example, are amongst those that contribute the least to climate change. However, during the last 5 years, the region has been affected by a serious humanitarian crisis related to natural disasters, including Category 5 hurricanes. The expansion of the agricultural frontier in the Chaco in South America has been moving hand in hand with the fierce deforestation and degradation of the forests that has increased the droughts, the flooding, the loss of biodiversity, the displacement of indigenous groups, and other aspects. A concrete example of the effect of climate change is poverty and human mobility that is observed in the dry corridor of Central America, where extreme climate is pushing more and more the migration. Climate change exacerbates the extreme weather in Honduras after the hurricanes go through that. In the year 2020, they reported about 937,000 new displacements in the country, and the World Bank projects that if we do not take the necessary measures to prevent the effects of climate change, in Latin America, 17 million people could migrate because of this region by 2050. So we are concerned about the increase in the figures of attack and death of people that work for the environment in the region of Latin America. It is important to highlight that the work of the advocates for the environment and the civil and community organization in the region have allowed us to put in the public agenda the multiple impacts of this crisis. The advocates are still threatened in the region with harassment, with stigmatizing narratives, and even attacks against their lives and personal integrity. For this reason, today I make a call to the states of the region for them to be committed to recognizing the work of the advocates of the environment and for them to define and adopt public policies for their protection and participation in public spaces and in decision processes. And it is important to remember also that the Escazú Agreement establishes measures for the protection of the advocates, and it has been ratified by several countries of the region. However, its ratification by all the countries and its effective implementation are key to defend these guidelines and to move forward in the accomplishment of the Sustainable Development Goals that are defined as a part of the 2030 Agenda. The recognition of human rights to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment by the Human Rights Council in October further strengthened the commitment established by the statements of having an approach that is based on human rights when approaching these fundamental or environmental challenges. The devastating emergencies related to climate change that the world is experiencing, as well as the region, are now combined with the socioeconomic inequalities exacerbated by the pandemic of the COVID-19. The countries have to respond to the continuous effects of the pandemic. At the same time, they implement policies or consider alternatives for the recovery and the adaptation to climate change. The growing risks and limited resources that are available to respond to this exacerbate even more the inequalities and the social discontent. So this is time to approach the inequality as well as the environmental crisis. And the change of paradigm is possible, and it's something that is happening, but it requires firm and coherent actions, particularly from the government and the companies, with regards to their obligations and their responsibilities, with regards to the protection and the respect to human rights. The policy and the practice have to be supported with rigorous evidence, and the pandemic has reminded us about the importance and the power of science. It is time to use technology as a source between science and politics. With these considerations in mind, allow me to make some final considerations and concrete recommendations. First of all, access to public information, the participation in decision-making with regard to the environmental policy, and the post-pandemic recovery are all essential conditions for the formulation of evidence-based policies and human rights-based policies. As a second point, I would like to highlight the importance of adopting and implementing public policies based on human rights. The principles of the human rights should be considered as a tool by the governments at all levels to help create inclusive societies that respect the environment, for example, within the concept of the budget decisions, the fiscal decisions, and the public purchasing. As a third point, in addition to the political will, the leaders have to promote the legislation, programs, and guidelines to prevent and adapt the systems to climate change with clear goals to replace the use of the fossil fuels, ensuring a renewable energy grid. As a fourth point, I also want to highlight the important role of the private sector that has to integrate the human rights in the business models. I have to establish or reinforce the mechanisms for accountability for governments and companies, including the access to justice and the integral repair in terms of the environment and the climate. And as a fifth and last point, I would like to make a call to the need of explicitly integrating human rights, including the right to a healthy environment, into the negotiations and the multilateral processes that will be implemented this year, including the Assembly of the United Nations for the Environment, UNEA, its 5.2 version, and the Global Framework of Diversity post-2020. So, Excellencies, our challenges are interrelated, but also the solutions. We have to ask ourselves, could we redesign our policies and the economic systems to put the people and the planet first? Can we be at the same level of this new challenge? I think we have to do it. The United Nations and my office in particular can support you in this way. And I would like to finish with some inspiring words from Sai Surui and Brazilian indigenous youth during COP26 in Glasgow. And she would say, the plants do not bloom as before. The earth is talking to us. It is telling us that we don't have any more time. Consequently, we should not wait anymore. Let's act now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those inspiring words. The messages are very clear. We do not have time. We have to act now, and that is the spirit of this forum. And we're going to get then into our first segment for the high-level dialogue, which is aimed precisely to understanding what are the challenges and the opportunities for the application of the environmental multilateral agreements included into this, and looking for the opportunities for synergy, for mobilization of resources, for partnerships, for talking about implementation means with a more systemic and integrating approach. The format we have is that we have some speakers that are external to the forum, but who are fundamental partners in a lot of these processes. I would ask Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, CEO of the Global Environment Facility, to please go to the podium. As well, we have several of the executive secretaries of the different conventions connected. So with them, they have 5 minutes each. We really appreciate that you are virtually connected, Your input is essential. We will have then the executive secretaries of the different conventions and also Carlos Manuel and Janek from the two funds that support precisely the implementation of these conventions to have these elements and these opportunities, these challenges from the perspectives that they have. And then we would open the space for the dialogue among us here and also the ministers that are connected virtually. So without further ado, I would give the floor also to another, big leader that has been essential in a lot of the successes that we had in Glasgow. So Patricia, it is a pleasure, it is an honor to have you here with us, and we would love to hear your reflections and your vision. So go ahead, dear Patricia.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you for inviting me to this very important gathering that is commemorating 40 years of existence. I am really honored to be part of these very important discussions. I would like to ask to the non-Spanish speakers in the audience to please bear with me, to indulge with me so that I can make this address in my native tongue, taking advantage of the very rare opportunity. So if you allow me, I will now switch to Spanish.
Dear Ministers of the Environment for Latin America and the Caribbean, it is a pleasure for me to participate in this dialogue session. I respectfully greet my colleagues in the panel, especially the leads of the sister organizations and the organizations that so decisively support all the efforts we are making under the Climate Change Convention and the Paris Agreement. There is a lot to say about the challenges and the opportunities for Latin America and the Caribbean in the implementation of the multilateral agreements in environmental field. I just have 5 minutes, and that is very little time, but I would say that it's enough to share with you 3 key ideas regarding this very important topic, always from the point of view of the agency that I have the privilege of leading. The first one is that after the very fruitful work of COP26 held just a couple of months ago in Glasgow in terms of climate change, the emphasis today should be in the implementation, as has been well suggested by the topic of our panel. This does not mean that everything has been agreed. There is still a lot to deliberate and to decide. But I would like to say that after many years attempting it, today we have an international regime in terms of climate affairs, climate matters, that is clear and complete, and it's accepted by all the states, and it provides a solid basis for action. The Framework Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement are all very valuable and transcendental instruments, but they are expressions of will. These are commitments and intentions. They really become meaningful when they are translated into actions. And this year, really this whole decade, has to be a period of actions, not just intentions. It is the time to implement what has been agreed. Implementation means to ensure that in each country, the laws and administrative rules, the public policies and the government programs, the strategies and the work plans, both of public entities as well as private companies, should be congruent, consistent with the commitments undertaken by the states when signing each of the international instruments that all together make up the international climate regime. This is, by definition, a national responsibility Today, the emphasis has to be in implementation in each country of that set of principles and criteria that the international community has adopted to avoid an increase of temperature over 1.5 centigrades. The second reflection that I want to share with you today is that in climate matters, every day that goes by without acting with all determination to reduce emissions and to promote the resilience of our societies is a wasted day. In this case, the cost of opportunity will be measured in damages and losses that could have been avoided. In this reality, not the threat of climate change, there is no margin for patience or being passive. There is no time to waste. Being a minister of environment amidst the crisis the world is going through right now is, and I'm sorry to say this, it's like being a fireman and be in front of a house in flames, that it's his house. There is no other option than just to act urgently to rescue that home. In this case, it is everyone's home. That image is valid for all people in a position of authority, either political or entrepreneurial. The responsibility of rescuing our planet is in all of us, but it is greater logically in the people with authority. For centuries, the economic decisions were made without duly weighing the consequences for the environment. Today, when we look at the devastation that those behaviors have caused on nature and the risks that all that represents for human life and survival of thousands of species in the planet, all economic decisions should be made considering the contribution to the preservation and the rescue of nature and humankind. The third and last reflection is that within our corresponding areas of responsibility in the United Nations, we are ready to provide assistance, coaching, and support to the states that are complying these commitments. Many of you have been key players in the confirmation of the international climate regime. You have been advocates of the interests, present and future, of your corresponding countries. And the Climate Change Secretariat has had the privilege of coaching you and supporting you in this process. The agencies, secretariats, programs, and other international institutions, including, of course, the four that are represented in this panel, are not just repositories of information for or debates or communication means. We have the mandate that you have commanded us with so that we can turn those aspirations into realizations, to go from words to actions, to mobilize the support and the international cooperation. We are available to you to support you. So these are, in summary, the three ideas that I considered important to leave you with today. The priority in this and the next years has to be the national implementation of the commitments. 2, actions are urgent, and the main responsibility lies on those that defend those or that have positions of authority. 3, in institutions like ours in climate change, we are ready to support your efforts. I thank you very much for your attention. And right away, I also ask for your understanding, because I will have to leave you to go to some other commitments in a few minutes. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave, but I really wish you a lot of success in this panel and all the dialogues that are being implemented. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, dear Andrea.
Muchísimas gracias, querido.
Thank you, dear Patricia. I like about the firefighters, everyone was nodding, so we are feel familiar with that phrase. Now we continue with Mr. Ibrahim Thiaw. He's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification, that other convention that we don't listen about, but we think it should be a priority and gives us a great opportunity for work in the framework of the decade of restoration and the systemic approach that we know.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister, dear Andrea. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Jacqueline Alvarez, UNEP Regional Director for Latin America and Caribbean, fellow panelists. Thank you for the kind invitation, and thank you also for choosing this very important theme to be discussed today in the panel. Building synergies between different multilateral environmental agreements is an essential task to all of us. In the 5 minutes that I have, let me be disciplined and try to cover some of the issues you highlighted in your documents. The challenges first, then the opportunities. We are all familiar with the challenges of coordination, both at the national level and at the international level. Coordination between line ministries, coordination with the private sector, with civil society organizations. It is a very difficult task, and many national focal points are really having difficulties performing that fundamental function because it is complex, and because sometimes, and most of the time, they don't have enough capacities to do it properly. We also have the challenges of inclusiveness, governments, non-governments, non-governmental organizations, governments, non-state actors. It is often very difficult to find a niche and a partnership which will bring all actors together. Therefore, we still have the risk of having a silo approach, both in the way we design our programs, our projects, and in the way we provide them with the funding that is needed, national budgets, regional budgets, or multilateral agencies. It is sometimes a fragmentation approach that we adopt rather than a programmatic approach to tackle some of the fundamental issues that we are dealing with here. We are also very familiar with the frustrations that are coming from non-state actors of seeing long and protracted negotiations where they are calling for an urgent action. It is very difficult to negotiate these issues, as you know, at the global level, and most of the time civil society organizations and other communities are impatient. So it brings a lot of frustration. And it is even more frustrating to them to see that these issues are negotiated separately. Biodiversity, land, chemicals, and most of the time they don't understand why we are having this approach. So it is very important that we discuss these issues of synergies. Let me turn quickly to the opportunities. To have such strong legal agreements that we are, and the treaties that have been developed is a very important tool. So let's build on this momentum, because it took a lot of time and efforts to put these institutions together. And now they have matured. We have a lot of science, a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of experience. People know each other. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity that we have. It is therefore much easier now to build these synergies, both at the national level, but also at the international level. Let me start with the national level, because that's where it should start. Without a good coordination at the national level, whatever you do at the international level will be futile. So synergies in terms of programs, in terms of reports, in terms of planning processes, I think it is absolutely critical. And we are seeing this coming together now more and more frequently. For example, the NDCs are much more open, and most of the updates that we see coming from around the world are much more integrated than even the previous versions that were developed by countries. The same thing about the biodiversity, the global biodiversity framework, which is under negotiation that I'm sure Elizabeth will be talking about. Most of these are now opportunities for all of us to integrate and to find a niche where we can cooperate together. Serving as an example, the CBD Biodiversity Convention, the Climate Convention, and the UNCCD Land Convention have developed a joint communications campaign, a joint communication program, which we feel is a very important step forward. Linking climate, biodiversity, and land. People need to understand that these issues are absolutely interconnected. And it is very important, therefore, to deal with them in a coordinated manner. So we are trying our best as Secretariat to provide you with the platform that you have, that you need as parties to work together and to use the common capacities that we are putting together, including the Rio Convention pavilions. Whenever we organize a COP, we try to do this and to do it also with the Global Environmental Facility and the Green Climate Fund, so that you have a platform that will facilitate your interactions. The upcoming COPs are very important opportunities for us, starting with the UNCCD COP in May in Cote d'Ivoire, West Africa, in Abidjan, the CBD COP in China, followed by the climate COP, I think, in Egypt, and of course the chemicals and other COPs that are coming. These are fantastic opportunities that we have to actually do exactly what I talked about earlier in terms of working together. The UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration that you mentioned, Minister, is a wonderful opportunity for us. Again, this is not about environment only, it is not about agriculture only, it is about industry as much as it is about economy. Ecosystem restoration is a very integrated approach. We have now learned a number of good lessons about the pandemic that we are living through at the moment. Most of these pandemics are also linked to degradation of ecosystems. We are destroying nature, and we are getting into spaces that we should not have been as human beings. A very good example that I think can be replicated somewhere else is the Africa's Great Green Wall, which, by the way, doesn't bear properly its name, because it is not only about trees, it is about poverty, it is about economy, it is about women and youth and jobs and so forth in the Sahel, one of the poorest regions on earth. So if 11 countries of the Sahel have been able to do it with the limited capacities of theirs, I think it is possible to replicate it in other parts of the world. I would like to mention, to finish by mentioning the very important role that I see for the UN Environment Programme as an agency to help build some analysis, do some analysis and meta-analysis that go beyond one particular convention, because it is the hub, the UN Environment Programme, it is the hub through which a number of multilateral environmental agencies, whether administered by UNEP or not, is not the point. But it is, I think, important that this organization plays its role, continues to play its role, and be given the opportunity to enhance its role in providing the world with policies, analysis, reviews, in order to build this regular report that should be published. They may be called the Global Environmental Outlook, or maybe State of the Planet in the future. But I see a very important role for UNEP, and a very important role for the UN Environmental Assembly to actually also provide that overarching framework. Similarly, synergy programs can be developed through field projects that are being implemented in the world. Therefore, I think it is very important that we cannot address the climate crisis today, biodiversity loss tomorrow, and land degradation or pollution the day after. We have to tackle these issues together. We have created this problem at the same time, these issues at the same time. So we are, as humanity, we have the responsibility, and actually we have the intelligence to actually resolve these issues. We are in one boat, so to speak. Either we navigate safely together or we sink together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibrahim. Very clear message. Now I would like to give the floor to the Executive Secretary of the CBD Convention, Elizabeth Memra. And for the next of the speakers, I will really and kindly ask you if we can really stick to the 5 minutes, please, because we're a little bit with a delay right now in this part of the dialogue. Elizabeth, over to you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Andrea Meza. My sincere appreciation first to the President of this 23rd Forum of the Ministers of Environment of Latin America and the Caribbean, under your leadership, and my colleagues at UNEP Regional Office who are serving as the Secretariat of this forum, for convening this important dialogue today. Let me go straight and join with 3 messages from the perspective of the Convention on Biological Diversity. As a region, Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the most biodiverse rich regions of the world, containing about 60% of the global biodiversity. This rich biodiversity of life provides immense material and non-material values both to the present and future generations. And in many ways, this rich diversity connects to traditional knowledge, systems, and values. Every day, we lose a piece of this diversity, unfortunately, and the world loses a piece of history, and we erode the region's unique resilience. Continuing to lose biological diversity at the current rate, knowing that human well-being is highly intertwined with the health of nature, can no longer be an option. Addressing the interconnected planetary crises of climate, biodiversity loss, pollution, waste, social inequity, all requires a systemic shift at policy, financial, and behavioral levels. Therefore, my first message is to identify the transformative vision for the region, ensuring the 2030 pathways and beyond that safeguard the nature for human health and well-being, as well as for our planetary and human health. Your region can demonstrate coordinated national political engagement to protect the world's remaining intact ecosystems, to restore degraded habitats, and to transform how we use our land, our seas, and produce our food. I challenge you all to build off existing initiatives to mobilize the new resources of finances. Equally, we need to strengthen collective action and responsibilities to effectively use and provide access to goods and services that biodiversity provides, while incentivizing measures that allow biodiversity to regenerate so that ecosystem goods and services may be sustained or enhanced over time. As the region is facing a complex interplay of social, economic, and environmental challenges, the intricate task for countries is to enhance cooperation at all levels and across all sectors of society. Treating each social, ecological, and environmental challenge separately will not bring about the transformative changes we expect. So, turning to my second point, I encourage you all and us all to examine the ways to deploy the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration as a platform for environmental conventions to navigate towards a common goal of living in harmony with nature. Jointly, we must drive action to prevent, halt, and reverse ecosystem degradation through our specific expertise, functions, and mandates. land restoration, nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches to protect and conserve habitats, right-based approaches may all have different objectives, but they're all achieved largely through the same on-the-ground intervention with the vision of reaching sustainable, healthy, and equitable planet for all. This, of course, includes reflecting on specific socio-ecological safeguards, including the views of indigenous peoples in the multilateral environmental agreement negotiation processes to build a coherent and consistent approach. The 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention in Kunming, China later this year offers a key global milestone for the entire UN system and the global community at large as it seeks to adopt a universal blueprint on biodiversity with integrated, inclusive solutions across all sectors of society. This means building biodiversity targets with cross-sectorial considerations and safeguards to be mainstreamed in all sectors of the economy, not just environmental policy. And that means creating new opportunities for all sectors to realize the 2050 vision of the convention, living in harmony with nature. Therefore, in few words, my last point, I invite ministers from the Latin America and the Caribbean region to support biodiversity agenda moving forward by addressing the necessary systemic transition across relevant sectors, leveraging policies and practices that work with and not against biodiversity. Your country representatives are currently developing the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework with goals and targets, robust means of implementation, and enhanced monitoring and accountability framework. We all stand ready to support you and to continue building the journey to COP15, working closely together with our other convention partners. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And now I will give the floor to Rolf Payet, the Executive Secretary on the Conventions of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions. Over to you.
Gracias, Madam Chair. Permit me to say a few words in Spanish, although Spanish is not my normal language, and then I will continue in English. Excellencias.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in the first place, allow me to express my very honest thanks to participate in this high-level dialogue from the conventions of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm. It's an honor for me to be with you in this special celebration of the 40 years of this Forum of Ministers and share with you the progress achieved and the opportunities that the conferences offer of the governments of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm.
Conventions share the common objective of protecting the environment and human health from the adverse effects of hazardous chemicals and waste. As such, the implementation contributes towards addressing pollution, climate change, as well as the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. Despite the pandemic, much has been happening under our three conventions. And in 2001, the Basel Convention Plastic Waste Amendment entered into effect on the 1st January, and the Stockholm Convention celebrated 20 years of its adoption. And I wish to remind the distinguished delegates and ministers that in the GROLAC region, we have many parties that are engaged in the plastic waste projects and also have engaged in the celebration of 20 years of its adoption. Now, the 2021 to 2022 meetings of the Conference of the Parties of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions are being held in the two segments under the theme Global Agreements for a Healthy Planet, the sound management of chemical and waste. An online segment was held last year from 26th to 30th of July which focused on time-sensitive items such as the agenda, including the approval of the interim budget and the program of work. We also approved a very important decision related to the review of the financial resources and mechanisms of Stockholm Convention to be forwarded to the GEF. And I would like to highlight the important contribution that many countries in the region are making at the level of the GEF for the aid replenishment and also in support of the Stockholm Convention. In the upcoming face-to-face segment, which we hope to organize from the 6th to 17th of June, we will have a high-level segment as well, and it is my honor and opportunity to invite all ministers from the region to join us and celebrate this very important moment, but most importantly, take important decisions on the future of the three conventions, in particular to the decisions that we have before us for consideration. And in my view, very, very important decisions. There are three proposals under the Basel Convention. I won't go into the detail, but they're all related to waste and how countries can put in place the legislation and the legal framework for them to be able to manage waste in a most sound and environmentally sound manner. There's also a proposal for us to look at more review of the annexes as well, and we would like to invite you to also consider those amendments. The Rotterdam Convention will also be considering a number of hazardous pesticide formulations, such as acetochlor, carbosulfan, chrysotile asbestos. I won't go into the details here, but many of them are used in agriculture, and we need to look at ways and means on how we can manage with chemicals so that they do not enter into the food chain and continue impacting on the environment. The parties of the Stockholm Convention will also look at a number of chemicals which is being discussed this week during the scientific committee. And I won't go again into the details, but these are important chemicals, and so far the negotiations have been proceeding very well, and we'll be looking forward to your support in the listing and management of some of the worst persistent organic pollutants that our planet has faced before. In summary, the BRS COPs this year will be an opportunity for all of us to continue to work towards a pollution-free future for the present and future generations. I'd like to thank you once again for the opportunity to speak at this important event, and I thank you. And I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rolf. Now we know where we need to go. We know that we have adopted a lot of the milestones that we have under the conventions. In some of the cases, as we heard, and I'm going to switch. En algunos de los
In some of the cases, as in the climate agendas, they told us, okay, you have the goals clear. We have all the architecture ready. In other cases, we're close to finish negotiating a new framework. But what's clear is a call and a huge sense of urgency. But we cannot do this without funding. And there is an important element, and that is why we have here the representatives of the two very critical funds that support these conventions, the GEF that supports all the convention, and the Green Climate Fund that is more into climate, but where we see more and more opportunities of these systemic approaches. So we are going to first give the floor to Janek Glemarek, Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, to hear his reflections with this vision, and then we will give the floor to Carlos Manuel, who is right here. We have the good possibility of sharing with him live here. So first, Janek, we will listen to Janek first, and then we're going to go to Carlos Manuel, and then we would open the dialogue. Janek, thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Minister. Dear Andrea, Your Excellencies, I do not want to bother you with my Spanish, so with your permission, I am going to make my presentation in English with a French accent.
On behalf of the Green Climate Fund, I'm delighted to be part of this important session. I will try to say a few words about the Green Climate Fund before turning to synergies among the convention, notably in terms of access to financial resources and means of implementation. The Green Climate Fund was established to foster a paradigm shift in our fight against climate change. To do so, we support the efforts of developing countries in 4 ways. First, we help in developing integrated strategies and plans and policies to maximize the co-development benefits between climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and sustainable development. Second, we support technological, financial, policy innovation to come up with new climate solutions. Third, we de-risk the first projects that will try to establish a commercial track record for this new climate solution. And normally we de-risk them through blended finance. And fourth, we develop the capacity of domestic financial institutions to mainstream climate risk into their investment decision-making and access capital markets to finance the widespread adoption of commercially proven the new climate solution. In Latin America, we are currently supporting 46 projects for a total budget of $7.8 billion, $2.5 billion from the Green Climate Fund and 5.3 in co-financing. We are also supporting over 150 grant projects for capacity development for over $100 million through our readiness program. Now, what are we doing when it comes to developing synergies across convention? First, it's important that we all recognize that we are not on track to achieve the Paris Agreement. The 6th report of the IPCC came to the conclusion that mean global temperature was 1.1 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial time during the 2011-2020 decade, and found that we could cross the 2 degrees Celsius threshold during the period 2041-2060. Against this terrible backdrop, we have seen also a number of new innovation over the past decade that have kept our window of opportunity to avert catastrophic climate change open. For example, in the field of technology, the price of renewable energy has fallen for solar and wind at least, has fallen for up to 85%, laying the foundation to catalyze much larger financial resources from the private sector to accelerate the energy transition. In the field of policy, I believe most of the participants in this session will agree with me if I say that one of the main innovations was the recognition that biodiversity loss, climate change, land degradation, and inequality, growing inequality, were actually different facets of the same crisis, and that we will not be able to address any of these crises in isolation. We had to basically address all of them as in an integrated manner. So recognizing that we will not be able to do it in a fragmented manner, one of the main objectives of GCF has been to try to see how we could develop synergies. And we believe that one of the main synergies that we have right now is to ensure that we have a green, climate resilient recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. The type of activities that we need in order to stimulate economic recovery, they are exactly the type of activities that could also support greater action for biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, and reduce inequality. Active investments such as investment in energy efficiency, investment in land restoration, investment in natural areas conservation are extremely job rich. They can immediately create a lot of activities and provide huge development co-benefits in terms of reduced inequality and in terms of biodiversity conservation, climate change action, and land restoration. And so one of the main objectives of GCF in 2020-2021 was to accelerate ecosystem-based approaches that will basically leverage this kind of synergies. Ibrahim has mentioned the Great Green Wall Initiative in Africa, and we have invested a little bit more than $1 billion to support this initiative. But I would like to take 3 examples in the region about some of the opportunities that we have. For example, we have provided, the board has approved a project for the Amazonian Bioeconomy Fund, and has allocated $279 million for this initiative that will basically promote eco businesses to preserve this unique heritage to humankind. And the 6 riparian countries are involved in it. Another project that's I very much like and has had a difficult history, but at last has been approved, is the Dry Corridor that will increase the resilience of vulnerable rural communities in Central America and in arid areas of Dominican Republic. And for that, GCF has allocated $174 million in 2021. Another project that could open new doors in terms of financing ecosystem-based solution is our Global Reef Program. Here we have provided $125 million of first loss equity for a first of its kind private equity funds to invest in blue economy and activities that preserve a coral reef and the livelihood of the 500 million people worldwide that depend on their health. We are extremely pleased that one of the main objectives of your conference is to discuss about blue economy and how to scale up efforts in Latin America. And if there is only one message that I would like to get through in this remark is that count on us. We are here to help you. We will be there to support your efforts. The GCF staff that attend this conference are ready to engage with you and ensure that we will follow up on this discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Yannick. And just to let you know, Yannick, thank you for being virtually connected, but we also have one representative from the Green Climate Fund here in person, Juan Hofmeister, who is over there in the case that anyone would like to later on during one of the meals go and see Juan. Juan, can you raise your hand so everyone can see you? Thank you so much. Now over to Carlos Manuel.
Muchas gracias, Ministra.
Thank you very much, Minister and Madam Chair, to the ministers, vice ministers, ambassadors, chiefs of delegations. It is a pleasure, very particularly, and it's really special to be able to be on the lead of the GFNB Latin American Caribbean, with a lot of pleasure and honor to be able to participate here today with all of you. The GEV recently celebrated 30 years. 30 years ago, 183 countries came to this great political agreement of creating this multilateral mechanism to assist all the countries, developing countries, in the implementation of the international conventions. It is your fund. I manage the resources that, by decision of these political negotiations, correspond to all of you. And yes, I was a Minister of the Environment several times here in Costa Rica, and I believed that I knew about the GEV, but it is not until I really got the head and the shoes of the GEV that I understand it, and I feel, or I have that feeling of having underused the mechanism, the windows, and the resources of the GEV. So, I'm fully advocated to working with the operational focal points and the political points, which is all of you in your countries, to be able to make you see the multiplicity of options in the use of the resources of GEF and in the maximization and optimization of those resources. The GEF resources are not only the START resources. The START is the mechanism that is used to distribute the resources equitably within GEF, but there is also a lot of many other windows. Probably you do not know that GEF is the first funding source towards electrical mobility and towards the use of hydrogen. Probably you do not know that GEF is the fund that invests the most in sustainable cities, in the transition of the green economy, in the ocean, in the waste. And for me, it's a pleasure to work with Patricia, with Ibrahim, with Rolf, with Elizabeth, and without a doubt also with my colleague Janik, in being able to help the countries. 2020, we said at the beginning of 2020 that was going to be the super year, and it was. But because of reasons that were not the reasons we really wanted, because we were affected by this tremendous pandemic that has caused only pain and anguish. But today, 2 years later, looking towards 2022, well, 2022 is really the super year. We have the COPs of all the conventions. We have Rio, Minamata, we have the COP for the Convention for Chemicals. We have a very important meeting of UNEA 5. We're here in the region this week. We start determining the political guidelines and the aspirations for UNEA 5. And without a doubt, we have two events that are very important. The celebration of the 50th anniversary of Stockholm and the work that UNEP has been consistently developing throughout the years. And for me, it is not less important because we have the replenishment, the refinancing of the GEF for the period 2022-2026. And here, the opportunity for 2 or 3 messages with the refinancing of GEF. The conditions in which we have managed the refinancing of GEF have been exceptional. Never before in my professional career in environment and sustainability, 35 years, have I seen such a strong alignment between the vision and the political commitment with the science, data, and the recommendations of our scientists. Never before. And the effort that the chiefs of state and you as ministers have made throughout the last couple of years has been the reflection of that commitment, a commitment that you as ministers of the environment move forward, but you represent all the sectors within your countries. You represent your finance minister, you represent your agriculture minister, you represent your rural development minister, your minister of mining and energy in this effort. And in that context, those conditions have generated that the refinancing of GEF is probably the most successful in the history of the GEF. We are talking about an increase between 25 and 30% of the budget of GEF. And it's something that we're really pleased about, but not because of that are we going to establish objectives that are not supported in that economic reality, the institutional reality, but especially the reality of the economic recession that the pandemic has generated. GEF seeks to work with the countries for that post-pandemic recovery to be green or blue, resilient and clean. And I want to underline clean because many of us think about biodiversity, degradation of soil, climate change, but we don't think or we do not act consistently in the topic of clean when we talk about chemicals, the problem of pollution by chemicals, as Rolf was saying, the irrational use of toxic and hazardous substances, gets into the food chain, it contaminates or pollutes the water sources, it has an impact in the biodiversity. And GEF 8 in the proposal wants to level the funding and the actions for the topic and the conventions of the chemicals to be balanced in a way from the point of view of action with the other conventions, particularly the Rio Convention. We know that although we might have a funding way above what we have historically had. In GEF, we recognize that this is not going to be enough to be able to help each of our nations accomplish their objectives for the conventions and the sustainability. So all the topics are very important in this sense, and being able for me to work with you in 3 topics is very important. The ministers have to be empowered and strongly empowered of their GEF resources. I speak a lot with your colleagues throughout the country, and when I talk to a minister, my first question is, do you know what are the GEF projects that your country is implementing? And many of them don't. So there is a key need for the ministers to be empowered of the agenda. So that means that they define what are their political priorities and that the projects that GEF does with the implementation entities reflect those priorities, and we still have to do a lot to get there. And I would like to touch here your political pride for you to give that additional effort of getting empowered of the GEF agenda and the optimization of the resources. 2, I was also a Minister of the Environment. I know the reality in which the Ministers of Environment live. And one of the most serious topics, one of the biggest challenges, is to generate that political coherence in the National Development Plan and in the public budgets where all the vision for development is aligned in the same direction. But unfortunately, our countries have this issue of political incoherence where, although we invest in the preservation of the biodiversity and the climate change, the rest of the structure, decision and planning of the state and the central government still invest in activities that contribute to climate change and to the loss of biodiversity. So the calls that Patricia Espinosa makes, as well as other secretariats of the conventions, that the countries have to work in aligning the public and private policy with the Paris Agreement, with the new framework of the CBD, with the plans of the other conventions is very important. And the GEF comes to introduce an element of political coherence that is a cross-cutting topic in the projects. And something very important here is that in that political reality that the Ministers of Environment live, you help us optimize and that the projects contribute in that effort that you have of greater political coherence. So likewise, another important topic is to help you mobilize the domestic resources more efficiently. 80% of the investment that is made at the level of the planet in mitigation and adaptation to climate change and conservation of biodiversity, these are public resources. This is through public budgets. And we can generate, and even when there is a lot of support and when we would increase the cooperation for sustainability, we have a task at the domestic level for optimization of those resources that have been designed. And I conclude with 2 things that are important. 1, the distribution of resources made by GEF is going to change, and it is going to change in order not to leave any country aside. Today we have a matrix, the STAR, that really gives a lot of weight to the income per capita. And the income per capita is an economic indicator, and we are not a human development fund, we are an environmental fund. If we were a fund for human development, I would be graduating Argentina, I would be graduating Costa Rica, I would be graduating Brazil, Colombia. But we are not, and I want to make this very clear, we're not a development fund, we are an environmental fund. What we do in Brazil is very important because of the magnitude of the natural capital that Brazil has. The global benefits, just to mention an example, are very important. So we try to generate a balance and increase the allocation of resources to China, to India, to Brazil, to Mexico, to Argentina, South Africa, big countries that are relevant from the point of view of the global environmental goods. So this indicator of income per capita begins punishing it in a way. But we should also see like the Caribbean islands and the islands in other regions. We have islands that have a high index of human development, but they are highly vulnerable to climate change. So the allocation of the GAV resources is reduced in those countries. We are going to change this indicator of the income per capita for an indicator which is a combination of the level of vulnerability with the development and the environmental behavior of the country, and this is going to help us generate much more balance in a context probably of a system where we can distribute that better. And I conclude thanking the opportunity that we have Yannick here, who is the director of GDC, and the COP26 in Glasgow announced a joint work where we are not going to collaborate, we are going to complement, to supplement, where GEF and the Green Fund will supplement hand in hand with the countries and the region through an effort that goes beyond just the cycles of refinancing of our organizations, where we get to this region and think at a 10-15 years horizon. GF can be relatively quickly in the countries, generating the innovation, bringing the networks, and the Green Fund will come to give us that expansion, consolidation, and sustainability we require. So for me, Minister, it is a great honor to be here, a call to the ministers for them to be a part of the resources, those GAV resources, take ownership of them, use them, optimize them, so that in those we can reflect the political priorities that you have. Because this is something that has not happened in the past. It barely happens, and it is our responsibility with the taxpayers of the industrial countries that these resources that are coming through this multilateral mechanism should generate the best impact. So thank you very much, and I wish a lot of success in these couple of days of meeting for the Latin Americans and Caribbeans. Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. I think that it's a great framework. So ministers, representatives are going to open the dialogue so that it could be as dynamic as possible, that we can put forward some of these ideas, some of these reflections that we have heard. Some ministers have already said. We have a list here. I'm going to say who's here, and then those of you that I don't have here, raise your flag. We're going to begin with the ministers from Luis Orlando Habet, then Gavandi from Argentina. I have the minister from Cuba, and I also have the ambassador from Brazil. If there's anybody else for you to raise your flags, then I can write your countries down. Peru also, that is in line. So Orlando, go ahead. Thank you very much, Minister.
I was asked by Minister to start off this dialogue with an icebreaker. But when you read about what is an icebreaker, it tells you that first you have to look around the hall and see who are the participants so that you can gauge what is it that you are going to say. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we all have on masks, so I can't see if you are stern, if you are happy, if you are stoic. And so that's the new reality that we have today, right? But it is very important and alarming sometimes when you hear people, executives and others from other parts of the globe, of the planet, that come and have a little time to speak to us, and they can tell us of our realities, and they can recognize the endowment of the natural resources that we have in the region. And sometimes we ourselves don't recognize it or fail to accept what we have. And as we have heard from many of the speakers, what we need to do is to work together so that we can have all these things that we have as endowed natural resources. And today we heard the minister from Peru about the mishap that they had in Peru. And he said in no uncertain terms that when you have a devastation, something like this, it is not only a problem of Peru, but it is all our problems. And so we have to work together. I want to mention that we need to work together to address and tackle the challenges that we face today, especially when we look at the challenges with the multilateral environmental agreements. But we also have to take advantage of the opportunities that are afforded to us to look at those problems, but also to find the synergies of how we can work together. What is it that has us here today? What is it that has us at many meetings and conferences and fora, at COP26 and the other COPs? It has to be something that I would like to term with one word: persistency. And I'd like to quote something from Winston Churchill. At the famed Harrow School of London, Churchill gave one of his most alarming speeches, and which reflected on persistency. He said, "Never, never, never, never in nothing great or small, large or petty, never given except the conviction of honor and common sense." Today, I would like to say that we would like to add that we should not also give in except for the conviction to protect our environment and to save our planet. So to conclude, I would like to reiterate what Minister Mesa mentioned, that let us take this opportunity today to advocate and to have a real and open dialogue. Let us form bonds, let us form camaraderie and friendship, but let us be participative and let us be engaging. I thank you.
Thank you so much. So tengo en la lista al ministro Cabandier.
I have in the list Minister Cabandier from Argentina, and then the minister from Peru, that I understand he can be a few more minutes, but then he has to be disconnected. Thank you very much, Andrea, and congratulations for implementing this very important forum that is celebrating the 40 years. Without a doubt, this is a road to continue following, and congratulations for your capacity to be able to implement such a complex agenda. And as Carlos to move on with this encounter. So greetings to all of you here. Carlos Manuel, big hug to you, to all of you that are following this very important gathering for the dialogue. I take some of the words and I make them my own. I'm going to try to do this because you said the challenge, Andrea. It is good that we can establish a dialogue outside the readings. I think that we are all, or we sometimes, we use the reading tools. It's not bad to do it. But if we kind of clarify this, we can get to very good conclusions. And this is some of the ideas that we're going to be able to see. If you allow me, Andrea, things that I've thought of. So without a doubt, these areas are very good for an honest dialogue, for honest listening. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, we are environmental creditors in the world, and this is not something that we have to leave aside. We are environmental creditors because we have nature, we have natural goods and ecosystem resources, ecosystem services that benefit humankind. For example, we have 21% of the forest basins of the world. If we count the Amazon, if we count Chaco, the American Chaco too, if we count the coral reefs in the Caribbean, if we see all the ecoregions, then we are accounting for 21% of the basins of the world. I mean, the world would not be able to live as we have been living so far or enjoying the planet if we didn't have these natural resources. But in addition to all that biological diversity and those ecosystem services that we provide to the global population, we also have more than 200 million inhabitants living under the line of poverty. And we are the most indebted region in the planet, 80% of our GDP. We are the more unequal region between those that earn the most and those that earn less, the highest income and the lowest income. So at some point, we have to try to find a dialogue, Latin American dialogue, that would allow us to construct a narrative of our own. Because we have the obligation, given the circumstances and given the inequalities that we have in our region, of finding a climate change narrative of our own, something that is for Latin America, the Caribbean, because many times we ourselves are prone to living without a profound analysis to the narrative that is imposed by the central countries. Of course, we are adhered to the protocols, to Kyoto, to the Paris Agreement, and so on, but we need our own narrative. Because sometimes we get the sensation, dear colleagues and friends, that there's some things that are discussed in some international areas that really kick the ladder of development. For example, the adjustment of the carbon frontier that's going to be implemented in 2023. Or the products that are free for deforestation, and we all agree that we have to reduce the ratio of deforestation in our countries, and we all act in that sense.
Esto de que los ministros de Ambiente de la región parecemos.
They were saying that the ministers of environment of the region are like firefighters. Argentina last year allocated $50 million to combat wildfires, and this year we will invest more than $120 million. We need to better articulate by airplanes, but there is a discussion that tells that the airplanes are not the ones who put them off. Is the people, they are your instrument. What is useful is territorial planning to manage the interface of the forest basins. But beyond that, I think we should discuss this in depth and go to action. Going to action is not a slogan and a mechanism to link from the responsibilities. I was listening to Carlos Manuel. It was a very important, interesting reflection, but sometimes we support Carlos Manuel and we are very happy with his position at GF, but some financing mechanisms are very bureaucratic, even more than the governments themselves. Sometimes it's very easy to say the governments are very bureaucratic, but some organizations are more bureaucratic than governments, and fundings are just microfunding that don't transform realities, and many times they are technical cooperation. And the truth is that our country and many countries of the region don't need the technical cooperation because we have a great scientific university system to diagnose. We have the diagnosis. What we need is funding to transform realities and so our peoples don't suffer. So we face a challenge where we have more than 200 million of people just under the line of poverty, and the government said that we have to increase our mission, and we do it. We submit a new NDCs in 2020, 28% more ambitious than the last one presented by Argentina. Many of the countries that are here submitted these SDGs. Many others didn't do it. We are suffering the lack of the decarbonization of the central countries. The fires and the droughts are product of the lack of decarbonization of the northern hemisphere. So what is our role? This is not a speech for my ego. I want to be part of a collective summary to help us defend Latin America and the Caribbean when the northern hemisphere imposes on us, when we suffer the consequences of deforestation, environmental degradations of the so-called developed countries, and we're not going to naturalize our undeveloped situation. We cannot naturalize the poverty situation. We don't have 200 million poor people. We have 200 million people in a situation of poverty, and we fight so they stop being in a situation of poverty, and we have to produce. Or is there other way to produce jobs? Producing entails some contamination. That's why we don't accept the possibility of producing like in the 20th century. We have to produce sustainable, but for that, we have to do that with funding. $100 billion promised in 2009 never arrived, and that's now it's more than $5 billion. Sorry. So I really believe that we are facing a possibility where we discuss the ecological debt. That's why we say we are environmental creditors. We shared in a Latin American forum in September. There were many participants who are here in this meeting. We proposed innovative mechanism. It's a claim of the global agenda. We proposed payment for ecosystemic services. Let's put that discussion ahead. We want payment for ecosystem services because it was agreed on the Biodiversity Convention, and also exchange debt for climate services. Those credit organizations, in this case, that favor those mechanisms are those that in our countries many opportunities give us credit, but that credit never gets to transforming realities, improving infrastructure, improving health, roads, to produce, to broaden the productive borders. It's only for funding mechanisms that the central countries are the most benefited. Of course, there are co-responsibilities. Responsible is the one who asked for it, in this case the governments. We are suffering the largest debt in the history of our country for a previous administration for funding speculation, and not even $1 got to transform the life of an Argentinian, but is also co-responsible. The person who delivered, especially when that organization altered the status of the International Monetary Fund. And the organization releases a document to tell you, I'm sorry, that organization had a self-criticism with a document where was accountable
for the mistakes for giving this credit to Argentina. So we find an innovative mechanism and say exchange of debt for climate action. This year, Argentina has to pay to FMI $18 million for replenishing. How can we do? So we propose that a part of that debt, instead of giving it to a speculative mechanism, that we use it to care for our native forests, increase the amount of renewable energies, to increase renewable energies in our energy matrix. And this, we proposed this at the G20, Naples 20, and Glasgow, but there was no response in the authorities of the different organizations. We will continue insisting, because as I said at the beginning, it's not our country that is indebted. Our region has almost 80% of GDP as debt, and we think there is an quick form to it's transparent, so our countries in the region can advance in this climate change agenda. And also, the clean or renewable energies are not lowering their price. On the contrary, we have a big energy crisis because the transition energy and gas. We know about the purchase of China made from Russia, and difficulty in Europe to get this resource in this transition, or some input that have increased, so renewable energy is more expensive. So at the same time, our region, to increase the percentage of renewable energy, we need dollars. Argentina is making a great effort to produce towers. We have creating a cluster between public and private to produce solar panels. We know that is expensive, difficult, but our region also has the lithium reserve, the largest lithium reserve between Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. Also our ecosystem services. If we agree on common positions, our region can produce that windmills. We have the lithium for energy accumulation. Our region has 864 million hectares of forest basins that the world needs. And if we join here, we all understand that our economies depend on central countries, and they have a particular relation with these countries, the United States and or Europe. We also have it. We have a big burden on our backs that is very difficult to bear. But beyond that position from the countries we represent, this is an agenda, a cross-cutting agenda. And that cross-cutting agenda makes us think of the possibility that we maybe can have a synergy to defend the interests of Latin America and the Caribbean, because there are many countries that suffer, especially because of inequalities. Also the countries that are islands that are suffering the level of the oceans because of the social and economic inequalities. We have a good opportunity to make progress. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. In the list, I have several. I would thank you, because then we want to go for lunch. Where do I continue talking? Remember, there are different segments. Right now, I have Colombia, Ecuador, Jamaica, Cuba, and I am not sure if Venezuela, yes, and Chile. So, Peru and Panama are not with us anymore. So go ahead, Andrea. Special greetings to you and the Ministry of Environment of Costa Rica, President Alvarado. And today I want to greet all my colleagues because it's important to see each other. I think we've seen our faces in virtual meetings, but being able to have a cup of coffee together, and this is the first meeting after almost 2 years where most of us can be here. Very briefly, because I know we have to participate in different segments, talking about Patricia Espinosa, Carlos Manuel, that mentioned how we could optimize that instrument. I think we face very important challenges, and in spite that each one of our countries and territories are different, we share the same problems. Today, one of the main problems is deforestation, the fight against deforestation, illegal traffic of animals, and we have to join around that common and collective goal. I think the great challenge is climate funding, of course, and not only from the public sector, from the contribution of international contribution of the countries through these instruments, but other mechanisms as debt exchange, for example, as in Ecuador and in many other countries. We have to work harder to join around those debt exchanges, and even if it's not 100%, let's have a transition. And I think it's have to be very important to the voluntary carbon market and have policies aligned, because each country has a different problems. But we in COP20C we had a calculation for fair prices of carbon. In Europe, we're seeing prices 80 euros, 100 euros, and in Latin America, 5 euros. So if we have a lower cost production, it doesn't mean that we're selling to the lowest cost. So there is a great opportunity. We were talking with Carlos Manuel and see what good practices we have that we can share. Many good practices are keeping inside. We saw how Costa Rica is working with protected areas when we visited with Gustavo. National parks, how it's working for 20 years, and debt to service, environmental service swap. So it's important. So curve or learning is well. The wheel has been invented, and many countries are doing good things. We should have more space to share those best practices. In Colombia, I've been for 6 months. The ministers of finance do their work, and you work jointly, working directly with the private and public financing system, because if the financing system doesn't see restoration, blue economy as an investment, we won't have credit lines to have access to capital, or because one person or one country goes to a bank and says they're going to restore, and the private bank will say, I give you the money, and how are you going to pay with carbon credits? What is that? So we still need to teach the funding area, because otherwise we won't have access to capital, and soon the governments that don't have this clear won't have capital access. So we have the responsibility to train the sectors that I understand that the private sector, the mayors, the public system go to this. Carlos Manuel talked about the cities. 80% of the emissions is produced in cities. So we have to do something with cities. We have to work with the private sector, find debt swaps, and with the mechanisms like GEF that we worked for many years in Colombia, and in a very friendly way, and now more because about the Green Climate Fund, that the access is easier. And I think each one of us have different political processes, 4 years, 8-year re-election, but sometimes the political times are not enough. So first think that we should not only work for a 4-8 period, but to leave a legacy. That's so important, a modern framework. So this is more dynamic. For example, climatic directions. There are the neutral carbonity for the next 30 years. But times change, and some of us are almost finishing. So in process to find resources in a change of administration, everything stops for 1, 2, or 3 years. How can we make this dynamic more streamlined so we can have access to capital? I suggest we talked about restoration in 2005, 1 million hectares. We're talking about large-scale restoration, and we need great projects to finance. So we have an institutional weakness for the structuring large projects. We need funding for all the region in great projects, large-scale projects. Today, 100 billion, as the minister said, it's 5 billion. Are there quick instruments to get to a territory 100,000 or 200,000? I think that GEF, that has been a great partner, and Carlos Manuel, that was a minister, understands we need quick funds to structure big projects and have them there. Projects that are not 1, 2, 3 year terms, but they are insured for 5, 7 years. So there is a continuity, and you are not looking for new projects every year, but medium and long-term projects. We have the most biodiverse region of the planet, more fresh water of the planet. So we are talking about the resources that we have. We're talking about the geopolitical agenda of the world, the use of the sustainable use of biodiversity to generate solar and wind energy. This new geopolitics is the new opportunity for us, for the countries that are the wealthiest. Many have oil, lots of gas, and we have the future, fuel of the future, that is water and the sun and biodiversity, should join across a regional political policy. I am very adamant about this. No more coalitions. No more new coalitions. They are there. 30% of protected areas we're going to find for deforestation. Let's work on what there is and put this machine to work. We cannot get to COP27 again to have meetings and to say what is the goal, the great success is COP27 is not to say that updated the NGC. We have to get there and have all this available so the resources arrive. And what was mentioned this morning, the marine corridor of the Pacific with Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, what it generated, it was incredible. It was generated at the COP, the topic of the blue economy and this corridor and the opportunities there are. And all of these countries have one or two coasts. We have access to the Caribbean, to the Pacific, and there's a great opportunity where we can have large investments. And no one taught us during school. They always said that at a competitive advantage of two oceans, Caribbean and Pacific, but they never taught us that we have the Amazon. The two oceans and the Amazon in that wealth-rich area, it was a comparative advantage before. Now it's a competitive advantage. My proposal is to have a modern framework and align that so this is an investment fund of Latin America to bring resources, and in that new climate geopolitical to be the most important players of the planet. They see us like that, but we don't. And to consolidate that effort and go to COP15, that will not be in April, maybe July, September, then we go there to meet and have individual positions. This is an opportunity to go to China with indicators and say, this is the region with the most biodiversity of the planet, and this is the position of a bloc that have very specific positions. Great opportunity of the COP15 in July. Jamaica.
Thank you so much. I first wish to extend my thanks to the government of Costa Rica for the hospitality that has been shown. This is indeed my first meeting here as the minister from Jamaica, who is charged with matters of environment and climate change. I think it has been a very useful morning, and I thank my colleagues for the contributions and the presentations made thus far. There are some inherent similarities that have come out from the conversations, and I think we should acknowledge A, that the financial mechanisms that support our goals are quite frankly broken, and B, that we have run out of time to fix it to ensure that the results that we desperately need in a region that is particularly at risk has run out. So with that said, to not be too long-winded and not to be too dramatic, I think it's important to target one of the issues that is within the capacity of all those around the table, and certainly all of the agencies and MDAs that are present to fix. And that issue is one that has been consistently raised by Jamaica in all fora, whether the COP fora, the Council of Environmental Ministers. In any environmental or climate change space, we have raised the issue of harmonization of the application process to access these funds. As a small island developing state and as a country with developmental challenges, as most of my neighbors are around the table, we already have challenges putting together the projects in line with political cycles, in line with just limited resources. If we are not able to get the GCF and the GEF and the World Bank and the IMF and everyone who sits in a space to understand that the application process for these funds needs to be harmonized, we really won't have the progress at the rate that we desperately need. We have to understand with that rate that it's not just for future changes which are to come to the climate, it is to catch up and adapt to the changes that have already happened. The fact that as we have started a new year, We know very soon we start with the threats of the hurricane season. Now, those are the big threats that we see every day. But the threats that we don't see with as much drama and as much theatrics are the ones that I worry about most. It is the change in soil quality that is resulting in lower outputs for my small farmers. It is the lower yields coming from warming waters for my artisanal fishers. It is the general deterioration of quality of life that affects everything from human health and our economic prospects that is being threatened and will continue if we do not get this process right. So, though unique for a politician, I really won't be too long. This is my first intervention for this meeting. Madam Chair, I thank you again for your chairing of the function thus far and as well for your hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. Tengo a República Dominicana.
Dominican Republic, the minister, and then, so we see the list. Then I have Cuba, Venezuela, Panama, and Brazil. Thank you. We want to thank the hospitality from the minister and the staff that has been our hosts in this important meeting. And we wish you a lot of success in the present and the future. The presentations that were before allow us to focus specific topics that we face, and every country has their own situations, limitations, and realities. But I think that we should work in identifying elements that join us for the future events. For example, COP27, and I think it will be very timely if we start working now in points that link us together. For example, in the Caribbean, there are countries that less greenhouse effects produces. We are, however, one of the countries that are more affected by climate change. As the Minister of Jamaica said, we have to be prepared not only for the hurricane season, but also, even in Central America, they have suffered hurricanes that they did not have that experience before. And on the other hand, in our countries, we have the Sargasso that comes from the South Cone, comes to the Caribbean and ends in Mexico, but also the desertification in a deep way. And wildfires.
And of course, forest fires, because the countries like ours suffer this faster or even more than what one might think. So, I think that in COP26, the islands, the countries that are grouped in islands, we have common positions to COP26 that unfortunately were not considered in the final communication. But I think that we're on time, so that as a whole continent, we identify the common topics that we can present to these events as a continent. For example, and just to conclude, we tried that as a consequence of the disasters generated by the hurricanes in Central America and the Caribbean, it was important to determine that the financing funds for climate change had to be considered as part of funds to assist in the disasters generated by the hurricanes. That was one topic. And then the other topic is how to make the existing financing mechanisms more agile. We obviously understand that the countries that produce the most of the greenhouse gases, they are the ones that have to work not just on mitigation and adaptation of climate change, but that we can also have projects and programs for us to work together. So my suggestion is that just as in the agenda, we see a series of projects and steps that we can cover together. It will be important to also set a table, establish a table to define the points that allow us to get to those common elements that we can bring to these big meetings. And finally, let me tell you that, as you know, we share an island with the Republic of Haiti, and we are forced to work in and understanding one another because climate change does not know about the borders. Desertification does not know about the borders. So we also have to work so that the differences that can be generated by political aspects or differences that may be generated by historical aspects, we also have to understand that in all this, we have to understand each other regardless of the complexities, sometimes because of historical reasons, but on how the countries have to communicate in difficult and complicated times. And therefore, what we propose here is that as one of the points to deal with later on is to establish this table to be able to define these elements in common so that we can work towards next events. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. We are I would ask the people in the list, in order not to be so delayed in the agenda, let's try to be as specific as possible. And we have to remember that we're going to continue the dialogue. We don't want to be so late with the agenda because we also have to make adjustments with lunch and everything. So I have Cuba now in my list. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you very much. First of all, we want to greet everyone here and all those that are present and the guests, those that are attending here in person as well as virtually. We want to thank you, Minister, for giving us the opportunity for being in this beautiful country. And of course, talking to all the delegations that are present today. I think that we have had a luxurious morning. The presentations have been great. We want to thank also all the speakers, those that have participated, because in a way we have coincided in the need of finding together a sustainable solution to these new environmental challenges, each one from their own perspective. But the proposal is that we have common problems, in some areas much more common, in others perhaps not that much, but in general we do have common problems, and therefore these environmental challenges we have to find common solutions also. We're also talking about this post-pandemic stage, or still the pandemic stage, because it is not over. So that has set huge challenges to humanity. And in some countries, we have also been concentrated in finding solutions to face the pandemic and to be able to eliminate everything that it has brought about, and particularly for the economies. The pandemic has brought a lot of problems to our countries. Therefore, I coincide on the need of finding some financing mechanisms that allow us to be able to find common solutions to these common problems. Funding mechanisms that we think should also be accessible with some level of facility or ease in projects that can have enough funding to be able to face these issues at the short, middle, long term. We also consider as a very important element the application of science and technological innovation to be able to solve these problems. These are problems that are accumulated, problems that are not always easy to solve, and at least from the perspective of Cuba, we have had experiences in this sense that are perhaps part of those great practices that we have talked about and that we can share. And I'm convinced that other countries also have experiences of this type, but we consider that the application of science and technological innovation in order to find solutions to these common problems, if we also have funding mechanisms, then this could allow us to accelerate in the solutions and in the implementation of these measures or solutions. In the case of Cuba, we have worked intensively and we have established important strategic frameworks for the Cuban environmental policy, in particular, and as a result of science also. That is why I have mentioned it. We have established in this stage a new phase of the national environmental strategy where we have defined what are the main environmental problems that with the resources that we have that we know are limited, we can face so that we can prioritize and have also the results. Among this, we have several strategic directions, but we have included the safe management of our waste and the production and sustainable consumption. Likewise, we have worked with an important emphasis in the challenges for the island states. As the Dominican colleague was saying, we have a state plan that we call it as our life task, where we have concluded at a short term with some actions in all the sectors, very specifically, very quick actions, but we have a mid and long term also with a group of measures that cover, somebody actually mentioned, all the sectors of development of the country that are part of the economic and social plan in Cuba up to 2030. We have also presented a strategy for the transition towards a circular economy. Therefore, we are creating a strategic framework to be able to move forward with the resources that are available towards the goals that we have done and that we have also been working on other international spaces. One of the priorities where we are working is the health of our ecosystems and the health of the planet and the inhabitants depends on that. And we have worked in a national plan for the recovery of the beaches. We are promoting the integral management of natural resources, the preservation of biological diversity, and the agroecosystems. That I think is an area that we also have to emphasize to be able to have a better adaptation to the effects of the climate change. In the case of Cuba, this is very difficult. We have to face the restrictive unilateral measures that not only affect the access to funding, but also to clean technologies, to advanced technologies, to new experiences. But it is not impossible. We have been able to advance in this task of taking care of the environment and keeping a strategy of development of science that allows us to face all these challenges. Therefore, and in general, and to synthesize, because we know that time is short, we think that we have to work in the financing strategy, in a strategy to find common solutions to the common problems that are effective and especially that are based on the accomplishment of sustainable development. We think that for this, it is important to have science, to have technological innovation, and that the access to funding can also be done in a relatively easy way so that we can work at the short, mid, and long term. Thank you. Thank you, Cuba. Venezuela. Good afternoon. Greetings to all the ministers and the delegations and the funding mechanisms that are present. I want to thank especially the government of Costa Rica for the invitation and the hospitality in this beautiful place, in this beautiful country. Greet you all very specific, especially on behalf of our President Nicolas Maduro Moros and all the government. We are committed more and more in working for a more sustainable environment. In order to make a concrete intervention, I want to highlight here what the majority of the ministers have said in this forum. We believe that it is necessary to adjust and strengthen the funding means at the level of Latin America, the funding sources, and adapt them to our realities. As we have seen, and as was said by the colleague from the Dominican Republic that shares the border with the Republic of Haiti, we also share our border with different countries, with Colombia, with Brazil. So we're not strange to this reality. The geographical borders or the borders that our states impose are not borders when we talk about the environment and when we are talking about the common realities that we have as a continent. So it is urgent for us to sit down and check what are the global actions or the continental actions we're implementing. As our colleague from Cuba was saying, each country has its own progresses in science and technology, and each country has different methodologies to implement in favor of the environment. So I think that this is a space to make a call for us to look inwards, for us to check and perhaps be able to get together beyond the political differences towards this global objective, which is to save the planet, to save ourselves as a human species, and also to save all the other species of the planet and guarantee our survival for the next generations. I am sure that if we all go beyond just the colors and put forth what are the initiatives that each country has in this continent in terms of the environment, we are going to be able to move further, and we're going to be able to tell the global funding mechanism, see, we are different from Europe, we are different from Asia, we are different from America, because we have our own bureaucracies in each country. We have political methods in each country, but we will have common realities, and we are very similar. We are more similar. We are more similar than what we even believe. So in this sense, Venezuela makes available some of its initiatives. We have great strengths in terms of forest fires. We have a university that has a master's or a degree in terms of forest fires, to fight forest fires. We have made it available to the availability of Alba and Salah to be able to make some exchanges. We also have a university specifically for the environment with some specific majors in terms of environment. We have programs for conservation of species and eradication of invasive species, for example, the lionfish or the Senia coral that has changed its name and it's threatening all the Caribbean coast, and it's a common problem. So we also make that available. We can also make data available, methods, mechanisms, techniques for the control, and perhaps not eradication, because at least in our country it's quite extensive. We are proud to say that we have one of the largest hydropower entities in the country. 80% of our electricity consumption is clean energy, is energy coming from hydropower plants, and we also have 43% of the country that is protected in high restrictive areas like national parks and natural monuments. So this also allows us to have some experience that we also make available in terms of training for park rangers. We have more than 20,000 men and women that are trained in this area. So in order not to be too extensive, I want to put our ministry, our state, make it available to the complete Americas to work in common areas and to be able to move forward in terms of preserving our ecosystem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for sharing all those strengths and topics. Panama, and then Brazil, and then Chile. Please, let's try to be as brief as possible. We're going to continue with the dialogue so food doesn't get cold. They say the last would be first. It is a great pleasure and greetings to all the ministers that are here today, to all the financing mechanisms, all the technical advisors. I have said that to Minister Mesa. Thank you for receiving us in your home. Thanks for this forum that is so important for our region, for Latin America. First of all, I want to thank God for being here. Really, it is an honor for me to be able to share with all of you precisely at a time when the continent and the planet is going through that variable of COVID, that its quick deployment has caused a paralyzation of our economies and our systems, and the postponing of our plans, proposals, initiatives, everything has been significantly delayed. However, human beings are resilient, we are capable, and we would not let this defeat ourselves. We will continue working and fighting for it. I want to begin my quick participation with a word mentioned by the minister from Belize: persistence. Many of us, the ministers of environment, the vice ministers of environment, they see us as the little rock in the ship, but it's not like that. It has been mentioned here that we have to be next to all the other ministers of the cabinet, that they see us as partners, as a political coherence of the public budget, as Carlos Manuel mentioned. For Panama, for our government, working together is what's more important, a unified and consolidated team. But it shouldn't be just the work of one government. It has to be the work of all the governments that are here at this moment in Latin America and the Caribbean. Just as we are proposing and talking about in this very important forum, it was well said by the Minister of Colombia, there should be a consequence in the projects that are implemented as a region. This is not the time of being selfish. It is not the time of seeing who shines more, what country shines more, because at the end, the environment is the one that is going to shine. It's our common home, our planet, and we have been persistent, all of us here, because of that lifestyle. We have the principles and values that we want to leave for the future generations. So we can get to the COP with a consolidated regional proposal. To continue the dialogue here, I want to mention that in order to simplify the processes and facilitate the AMAs, 3 stakeholders, such as the Green Climate Fund, the Fund for Adaptation, and GEF, should speed up also the processes to speed up the projects so that they can really get to our countries and act. And I fully agree with what the minister from Cuba has just mentioned. The implementing agencies of these funds have to also speed up their processes so that the countries can get the funds in a quick and diligent way. We should remember also that our countries of mid and high income, we face specific difficulties, as was previously mentioned by the Minister of Argentina, to maintain and overcome those levels of sustainable development that we need. So those funds, that funding that many of the ones here have been highlighting that we need, depends a lot on how they are requested or implemented. The Minister of Argentina also mentioned that microfinancing, we do not need it. We need financing to transform realities, and I echo his words. Nowadays, the use of this technological facility, as the Minister of Cuba also mentioned, is very important. We have to take maximum advantage of that to facilitate the access to funding, reduce the financing costs, the traceability of financial operations, guaranteeing transparency, standardizing processes through those technological platforms that now the pandemic has helped our countries to take a huge step forward towards these new technologies. We have to highlight the work of the non-state stakeholders to move faster in the work for the environmental protection. Out of these 3 main areas, such as the loss of biodiversity, climate change, and the contamination of solid wastes, and it's precisely plastic, the problem that many or almost all of us have. it's the problem of solid waste. But if we work in an integrated management of solid waste in the framework of a circular economy to treat the waste and use them not just in energy but also in the coating of the roads, like the case of pneumatics and construction blocks for fences, houses, and so on. So we applaud, and it is good to congratulate Peru and Rwanda for the declaration of plastics that has been promoted, which is precisely an opportunity to trace concrete actions with all the countries. So finally, I want to say that the implementation of these fora is very important to reach the agreements or the consensus we require as a region as Latin America, and with that invaluable biodiversity, the fauna and flora that we all have. And as was also mentioned by Carlos, it is a very good moment because we have an alignment of the policy of all our governments with scientific basis. So we are at the right moment to continue struggling and to continue moving forward with all those projects that are so important for the world, for the planet. Good day. Brazil and then Chile. And with that, we close this part of the dialogue. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm lucky that you didn't leave me last. So Chile will be to be blamed for the hunger of all the participants that I want to greet. I have already greeted you, but I want to greet all the participants in person and virtual. I'll go straight to the point, not with the intention of making you more hungry. Brazil celebrates the results of COP26 held in Glasgow in 2021 that recognized for the first time the need for us to urgently reduce the emissions of fossil fuels. Brazil reaffirms on this occasion its commitment for zero illegal deforestation for 2028 and the restoration and reforestation of 18 million hectares of forest for 2030. Brazil is equally committed with the success of the negotiations in the global framework of biodiversity post-2020 within the framework of the Convention of Biological Diversity that will be adopted this year. These important progresses in the global environmental agenda coincide with the 30 years of the Conference of Rio on Environmental Development that set the foundations for international rights in environment, with an important push and commitment of those that participated 40 years ago in this forum. It is not therefore possible to try to take the challenges and opportunities to implement the climate change conventions, biodiversity and diversification, among others, without us recognizing the currency or the currency of the principles of the Rio Declaration. Brazil sees with a lot of concern, and I think that we share this with some others that have spoken before me, that a lot of the commitments assumed by the developed countries at the Rio Conference were not honored. The support to the developing countries in funding, training, and technology transfer remains completely insufficient. At the same time, the COVID-19 pandemic accentuated the very profound and persistent inequalities of the international communities, and in that context, the principle of the responsibilities that are common but differentiated takes a renewed importance and should continue looking for regional positions in several environmental fora to strengthen the unity of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean and the developing countries. A necessary stage for the progress in the implementation of the multilateral agreement is that we discuss ambitious goals for the financing of climate and diversity that is reflected in the assistance to the developing countries. In the framework of the United Nations on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, we need to update the discussion beyond the promise of $100 billion that does not represent anymore the reality of the climate crisis. Within the context of the Convention of Biological Diversity and the negotiations of the global framework, we need to coordinate common positions to close the historical gap of the Convention that so far does not have a specific multilateral fund devoted to biodiversity. The implementation of the multilateral agreements also requires solutions to cover the particularities of Latin America and the Caribbean as a region rich in biodiversity so that we can overcome our social and economic challenges. We have a potential that is still unexplored for the creation of innovative financial instruments that recognize the economic value of the conservation activities, as was said at the beginning of the discussion by the Minister from Argentina. There should be a fair payment for environmental services provided by our biomes to the planet. In 2020, Brazil launched the Floresta Plus program to promote and consolidate the market of payment for ecosystem services and pay the local communities and the producers that maintain the forest up. Brazil will devote 500 million reais from the Green Climate Fund to the program, and we have expanded the funding lines to contemplate activities that have to do with bioeconomics and to promote the sustainable forest production. In this way, Brazil combines the protection of the environment with the generation of employment and innovation, and it advances in an integrated way in the different dimensions that are completely integral, social, economic, and environmental. Of sustainability. These are the dimensions of sustainability. For that to produce changes that are effective and lasting in the move towards sustainable development, Brazil would also need to mobilize the support of other sectors of society, including the private companies. In 2020, the Brazilian government launched the program Adopt a Park that allows the legal entities to donate resources for protected area management. We attract more funding for our conservation units. At the same time, we promote sustainable tourism and environmental awareness of the local communities. The efficient financial support of the donor countries would also play a key role in the expansion of those initiatives and the predictability of the resources. Therefore, I reiterate the commitment of Brazil with innovative solutions for the implementation of multilateral agreements, always aware of the different mandates and priorities, and recognizing that the main challenge is to comply, and that is a challenge that is absolutely essential to comply with the solid regulatory framework that already exists based on the spirit of cooperation and solidarity that supported our efforts 30 years ago in Rio. In this context, Madam Chair, I would like to make a brief comment, especially in response to the guiding question 2. The special session in which we are is certainly an important celebration, and it is the time to go back to this dialogue that we have had for 40 years, or we have been promoting the environment in Latin America and the Caribbean for 40 years. But this intersectional session wants to focus on implementing the decisions agreed in the previous session without adopting substantial nature documents that could be reinterpreted, altered, or affect the former decisions. Therefore, we read with some surprise the document that was proposed for the reference of the Secretariat that is entitled The Three Rio Conventions, Promoting Synergies for Sustainable Development, in which at the end there is a suggestion for the inclusion of a summary of the chair with several points. We in Brazil believe that what is proposed by the Secretariat is an extrapolation of what has been agreed in the decision about biodiversity. We were surprised about the suggestion because the work group on biodiversity does not get together since February 2021. And it is that group that has the mandate to give continuity to the discussions for the implementation of the regional plan. This session should be a reason to celebrate our important cooperation, so I suggest that we can avoid in this very important moment some actions that may cause unnecessary differences among us and perhaps generate complexities for the continuity of the work. In thanking the important contribution for the work of this forum for the Secretariat, Brazil reiterates its call to the Secretariat for them to take the mandate and the scope of the attributions, remembering that this forum belongs to the ministers and the representatives that have to make the decision. Thank you very much.
Gracias, embajador. Chile.
I'm going to be very fast. We all have to have lunch, basic human rights. I just wanted, there was going to be more time to give Chile's vision, but just to transmit the greetings from our minister that is almost ready to come, but he could not. From the standpoint of dialogue, I want to present for the icebreaker and Argentina, Colombia for giving context to the discussion. We share that we should be more focused on restoration than mitigation. I think from the standpoint of funding, we have to look for it, and these are the best instances to see alternatives. We also like green sovereign bonds. We gain a lot of resources at historic rates, and I also share the comments that it's necessary to accelerate the processes because there is internal bureaucracy, more one others than others. In case of GF, we had an excellent experience. We have 22 projects for almost $58 million, and we have a binational project with Peru on Humboldt Current. We talk about ecosystems and how to articulate a project from different countries where we share water with. So there's the invitation, and we will bow the SDGs. Next, we're working with the Central Bank of Chile to include in the national accounts the environment and apply the lessons from the report. We're going to talk about payments for environmental services. We have to know how much it's worth, and this is an open discussion, and basically the environment ministry is quite new. Its central goal is to promote sustainable development because poverty is the main problem of the region, and there are direct links between poverty and environmental degradation. In that transformation that require transformations, have a low carbon development, the incentives, regulatory frameworks are key. In the global context, we are seeing how the big investment banks are demanding the SDG criteria. At the national level, we just published the standard for financial markets, and they will have to submit the reports. I think that's it. So we talk about the same concepts. Please, let's go for lunch. Thank you. The lunch is through those doors. Everything is ready, and we meet again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.